Can you see us?
I'm zoned out. I choose my graph 6 times. 6 times. And then small times to change to 4 times.
Yeah, I see you.
Okay. Where did you get the invite from the class?
Come down here too.
By chance.
Today? You can get them and then I can do that.
Okay. Yeah. That's
I was here first.
Well, I can't. I saw.
Rude.
My partner.
Rude.
How you doing today?
Just wonderful.
I'm tired. I woke up late. So
Oh, me too.
Thank you.
I went in and looked, you kind of got 3 classes signed up every period to come down here. I think what I might do if I could borrow an iPad is put mine in groups in the hallways and let them read out loud to each other. And then take pictures and put video. And then actually, and by video, that's a good way for me to try to harass us in. And I can get them to draw a picture. Right. And then let them go. I'm looking at, we've still got some of the Holocaust survivors books here. And let them read, take turns reading about a survivor. And then they can do their harassment of a student actually reading about the survivor. What I thought I'd do was try to get set up on my
I can send you an invitation and it'll go in your, and I'm actually about, that's what, another thing I was trying to do. Get, because it has a YouTube address. She is. Hi, ma'am.
Can you see me?
Tell her I said, hey.
See, I don't want me. I want.
Oh, she looks too serious.
Quit looking so serious. Laverne, you look confused.
Are you talking to me?
Yes. Your
Okay,
name?
I'm trying to get my webcam to come up and not my laptop camera. What do I need to do?
Go into my computer
Yes, ma'am.
and just click on the. Are you connecting it via USB?
Yes.
Okay. Then just click on the one that's USB. Should be able to do that.
You talking about in Device Manager?
Yeah.
Okay, go back. Oh, down here. And then right click on my computer. And properties. Device Manager.
I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
Video or USB controls. Keep going. Is that as far down as it goes?
Yeah.
I
Hey,
have a question.
Yes.
Did I accidentally leave a flash drive, that Lowndes flash drive,
A red
on your
one?
computer? Yes.
I saw it yesterday. It's probably still there on that very end one.
Okay, yeah, I don't see it,
Okay.
but it might be.
yeah, it may be on the.
Okay, and is that color printer working now? Because it wasn't working yesterday.
You can try it.
Okay, nobody
It's
looked at it?
been well, they did, but I can't promise you it's gonna work.
Okay, okay. And the Hangout, can you just come anytime and check it out? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it installed it yesterday, or even before.
Is there, like, what are all those? Is that some Google Hangout thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Minimize your, see if there's something on the desktop. See if there's like a icon for that camera. It will be there. It'll be under track control panel.
Yesterday I had it hooked up to this other laptop, and it showed
Try
it
devices and find out see if it's under
that
devices.
things that cotton pickings.
Okay, that, double click on that.
Hey, Google it.
We're working. Isn't that what it's called?
Yeah, probably. I would think if this camera's on, you're gonna have to cut that camera off. I'll go Google it and see.
All right, I'll see if I can get Amber.
Hey,
Yeah.
it says that whenever you go in the device manager, you double click imaging devices.
All right, hang on.
And supposedly you can right click that and click disable built-in camera.
Disable. Okay. All right, it tells me I gotta restart.
Okay, that's fine. Text me if you need me to re-invite you, okay?
Hey, look, it's got two videos on
You're late.
She might want to take that.
Okay. Take that tripod thing off of it. How did that get broken?
No idea. I didn't do it.
That. It's broken. You see?
Oh gosh, I'm glad you saw it before I took it.
Look, it's cracked.
That's why. I'm gonna send a student down here. Okay, I'll get it. So you didn't bring lunch? Hey, lunch.
Hey, when did I?
No, it's a good since we go.
I'd rather.
There's a crack down the middle of it.
Would you bring lunch?
That's hers, I guess. And camera not detected. Go to that devices and printers again. Devices and printers. And double click on that one again. It's just telling you what the properties are. This is working properly. That's not detecting it. Maybe restart. It just restarted. Did you unplug it and replug it?
Other thing I'm gonna run into today is the fact that I'm using. Say again.
They're like, oh yeah, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it.
It's cracked.
Because that was the last day. I just told them, I was like, it's fine, back up.
Media settings. I closed that.
But is it a function or is it just?
I didn't do the setting, but in the
All right.
Go into
Where? Okay.
right
Let me.
click on the computer and then properties.
No, no. I mean, no.
Okay.
And
Right.
then.
Well, no, because the thing about it might fail.
Down.
Name devices. Okay, double click on it.
If it fell all the way around.
That is what I disabled.
Okay.
That's the camera collapsed.
Okay. Other device.
Like disaster avoided when they told me.
No, disaster not avoided.
My USB controller. So that's really
Where
that
is
shouldn't
that?
be. We don't know which one it is.
I've been able to disable the laptop camera, but now I can't find the webcam.
We should make them live in a bubble.
It's gotta be in the image or somewhere.
You should have looked at it before you returned it. That's why this iPad's not on the hard.
Running temporary.
Hardware. And properties down there. No drivers are installed for this device. And driver.
My first year last night.
Any details? When we go wireless light, we have to get a driver and then click on something with it. Go back to general. The thing where you could troubleshoot it a minute ago. Go back to general. Right there. There. Right click it maybe instead of.
Yeah, that's what I did. That's
Okay,
what
troubleshoot. Apply this. Installing device driver.
Thank you. We may have found the problem.
And it's capital H, capital N, capital S is the list.
Installing. Looking on Windows 7.
Searching for device. Searching for device driver. Oh,
And
device install.
I would say apply this fix.
Whoops.
That's
I think there's a power button. I think it just stays on.
Always allow, blah, blah, blah. Still.
Maybe close the, okay, device driver installed successfully, so maybe.
Oh, yay, we're there. Turn that
On or off?
focus on. Put it right.
I have a number for Southern OBGYN, 641-2800.
I think so.
Okay.
Just go over there and sit down. Okay. Shh. Over here, guys. All right. You're bringing this back. Let's sit because we might leave first. Let's sit in the back. I like to leave the church early.
That's what we do. That's why we sit in the back.
Let's sit in the back like if we're leaving church early. Okay.
Our preacher always goes over like 20 minutes.
Plus, I think there's a 6th grade class. Seven here. Come over here. We got. I'm gonna do it. What's that? I don't think so. They have them over here.
Burgers. Sit down. Burgers.
Come on, guys. Come Over here. Now, you're going to need to leave space for people to come in, so don't block that opening right there, okay? We've got more room over here. All of you, right here, if you are right there. Hang on just a second. Okay. Who wants to go first?
We still have Google Hang, we got Google Hangout with.
I'll go second. I'll go second.
What do you read?
Martin. Miss Martin.
I don't think so. I sold it. They sold it to book fair.
Come on up. You can be our first reader.
I'll read second. Read the score.
All right, let's go ahead and first.
I gotta get my batteries.
Okay, we're getting lined up for you. Jackson, come on.
All right, I just gotta
Second.
find the right place to stop.
Okay, we're not there, we're not ready yet. I just want to get in, have our in line people. Who wants to read second? Come on. Oh, she's finding for you. Who wants to read third?
Miss Martin.
Third. Who wants to read third? Fourth. Come on.
Just read that. Yeah, I'll get it. Yeah, then I'll read the All right, I just read too much because I read the last
Yeah, anybody else who wants to go, come get in line.
Y'all come on in, come on in, come on in. Sit right up here in front.
Yeah, y'all come on, y'all get in front of us.
Come on in, guys. We're about to get started.
Just leave this, our girls were sitting back here that read. So they sit.
Y'all leave me a path over there where that computer is, so just come all the way over here.
Here, guys.
Come all the way over here.
Come on. You can get up front, close and personal too.
Okay, that means move this way.
Come to me. All right, start sitting right here. Don't go back there because my girls are back there, okay? Thanks.
We have plenty of room, all right here. You can sit all
Yeah,
right
you
there.
can sit all over the place. All right, come on, let's have some people over here even. There you go. We've got more room up here, guys and gals. James, watch out for that cord though. Watch out for this. Watch what your book bags are doing.
All right. Stand right
I
here.
love those
For this.
Okay, we are going to get started, and you should feel so special because not just here at Hayhire Middle, but in the whole entire world, there are going to be millions of students reading today. So if you have your phone and you're on Instagram, you can go and follow Hayhire Middle. If you want to do that right now, you can do it. And if you take a picture, you can tag Hayhire Middle and we'll put it on our Instagram, okay? The tag for today is #ReadAloud. So if you have your phone and you want to get it out and take a picture with your friends while you're reading or take a picture of a friend while they're reading, just tag Hayhire Middle and I'll put it on our Instagram, okay? So if you have your phone, you're free to get it out right now and go follow Hayhire Middle, then put it away. Okay, how many of you ever heard of the snap instead of the clap? Okay, so when someone reads something and they do a great job, we're going to practice. Everybody practice. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm going to start out the day by reading a poem called Please Bury Me in the Library. Please bury me in the library, in the clean, well-lighted stacks of novels, history, poetry, right next to the paperbacks, where the kids' books dance with true romance and the dictionary dozes. Please bury me in the library with a dozen long stem proses. Way back by a rack of magazines, I won't be sad too often if you bury me in the library with bookworms in my coffin. Okay, our next reader. Hold your ears.
I'm reading a few pages from Into the Killing Seas by Michael P. Spradlin. All right. He stands next to me in the hospital bed in a neat, clean white uniform, so bright it hurts my eyes to look at him. The doctor tells me the relentless sun reflecting off the ocean might have permanently damaged my vision. Each night and every morning, a nurse puts drops in my eyes. It stings. There are rows upon rows of ribbons on his chest, but right now I can't tell what color they are. Like everything else, since they pulled us out of the water, they all look gray to me. The doctor says, "Patrick, this is an admiral, something or other. I forgot his name as soon as I hear it, and he wants to ask you some questions." He shakes me gently by the shoulders because I've closed my eyes again, pretending to be asleep. If I could, I'd like to be asleep and never wake up, not die. I don't mean that. Besides, Benny made me promise to live. Benny made an honorary marine always said Marines never go back on their word. But I'd like to sleep for a really long time, just to rest and dream. Dream about anything else except what happened.
Okay, I'm going to read my Sneetches speech. Hello, fellow Sneetches. We have gathered here today to figure out some problems that you have been having. Anytime you have a problem, just read Psalms 30 about. It's a verse that tells us not to worry about your problems because they will work out and everything will end up okay. For anger is but for a moment, but favor is for a lifetime. Weeping may tarry through the night, but joy cometh in the morning. Ain't it funny, rumors fly, and I know you've heard about me, so hey, I think I can help you. Well, it's more like you can help yourself. If you just stop talking about each other and not look at whether or not you have stars on your belly and not letting the rumors fly, you would not be having these problems you are having today, okay? Okay. What someone says about you, just know that you is kind, you is smart, and you is important. Okay? Okay. Another thing is friendships. It's either going to be forever or it's going to go down in flames. Okay, you have some friends that will stay with you forever and some that will stab you in the back. However, you still have to live in the present, not the past. If someone asks for forgiveness, you need to give it to them because your enemies can become your best friends. If one Sneetch has a star on his belly, who cares? What you need to do is not look on the outside, but look on the inside of other Sneetches. Everyone is brothers and sisters in God's eyes, and so we need to treat each other like it. With love, respect, and God, we can do anything. I can do anything through Christ who gives me strength. Philippians 4:13.
I'm going to do a journal we did a while ago on November 5th last year. My favorite childhood story would have to be The Turtle and the Hare, or whatever the name of it is. So anyways, the way it goes is that a rabbit brags about being fast, so him and the turtle race. At the beginning of the race, the rabbit runs really fast until he stops at a tree. He decides to take a nap, so he takes one. While he is sleeping, the turtle catches up to him, and the rabbit does not know it. The rabbit wakes up and thinks the turtle is still behind him, so he runs to the finish line, discovering that the turtle is already there. It's a pretty good story, but I still think that the turtle should have tied the rabbit up and hang him upside down in that tree. But yeah, the story, whatever it is called, is my favorite story.
I'm reading Annabel Lee by Edgar Allan Poe. It was many and many a year ago in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden there lived whom you may know by the name of Annabel Lee. And this maiden she lived with no other thought to love than be loved by me. She was a child and I was a child in this kingdom by the sea, but we loved with a love that was more than love, I and my Annabel Lee. With a love that winged seraphs of heaven coveted her and me. And this is the reason that long ago in this kingdom by the sea, a wind blew like a cloud out of a cloud by night, chilling my Annabel Lee, so that her highborn kinsmen came and bore her away from me, to shut her in the sepulchre in the kingdom by the sea. The angels not half so happy in heaven, when envying her and me. Yes, that was the reason, as all men know in this kingdom by the sea, that the wind came out of a cloud, chilling and killing my Annabel Lee. But our love was stronger by far than love of those who were older than me, and many a far wiser than me. And neither the angels of heaven above nor the demons down under the sea can ever dissever my soul from the soul of my beautiful Annabel Lee. For the moon never beams without bringing my dreams of the beautiful Annabel Lee. And the stars never rise but I see her bright eyes of the beautiful Annabel Lee. And so all the night tide I lay down by the side of my darling, my life, my bride. Her sepulchre there by the sea, and her tomb by the sea. Yeah.
Very good.
Someone else?
There's two poems that I'd like to read. This one's called A Beautiful Day. There is not a cloud today, just a sky of blue. As the sun shines bright, it feels so new. As you walk down the street, you can see smiles from all around. It looks like everyone came to town to enjoy the summer day and let time stand still for a little while, just until. And I've got another poem. It's describing me and my friends. A friend is like a flower, a rose to be exact, or maybe a brand new gate that never comes unlatched. A friend is like an owl, both beautiful and wise. Perhaps a friend is like a ghost whose spirit never dies. A friend is like a heart that goes strong until the end. Where would we be in this world if we didn't have a friend?
Life is about an impact, not about an income, Kevin Cruz.
Anyone can make you smile. Many people can make you cry, but it takes someone very special to make you smile. Tears in your eyes.
Very good. Go ahead.
Alright. We all learn from failure, not from success. Not another robot.
You read my book. Okay, here are my readers. Today I know you're a reader.
Preach it. Alright, I want to read two verses from the Bible, Philippians 12 through 13. I know that what it is to be in need, and I know what it is to have plenty. I have learned the secret of being content in every situation, whether well-fed or hungry, whether living in plenty or in want. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me.
Very good. What a great verse. Okay. Who else? You got the pie book? Read it. Come on. Oh, excuse me. You going? Kenny's kids, I know y'all were supposed to do this for homework, right?
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. Come on.
Hey, James. I saw you print out one. Come on, go ahead. James, come on. James.
All right. Haley, did you read? You going to? Come on.
SEAL Team 6. Wait, SEAL Team 6 by Debbie Ogiovanni Sharp. We remember all of you elite men and all of the sacrifices that you made. We remember all the fighting you did and all the lives that you saved. We remember all of the training you had and all you went through. We remember how very difficult it was because you were a chosen few. So now we'll just remember, and it isn't difficult to see, that you were a very special man and you fought to keep us free.
Oh, good job. You go, James.
Yes.
We gotta keep 8 hours going. Come on, you guys.
Look, people.
Hey, hold on. Okay.
Book that my class is going to read. Saturday, Friday.
Hold on just a second. Hey, Amber, y'all mute your mic until you get ready.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Chapter 1, I'm just going to read about 2 pages. When I stepped out into the bright sunlight from the darkness of the movie house, I had only 2 things on my mind: Paul Newman and a ride home. I was wishing I looked like Paul Newman. He looks tough, and I don't. But I guess my own looks aren't so bad. I have light brown, almost red hair, and greenish-gray eyes. I wish they were more gray because I hate most guys who have green eyes. But I have to be content with what I have. My hair is longer than a lot of boys wear theirs, squared off in back and long at the front and sides, but I am a greaser, and most of my neighborhood rarely bothers to get a haircut. Besides, I look better with long hair. I had a long walk home and no company, but I usually loan it anyway, for no reason except that I like to watch movies undisturbed, so I can get into them and live them with the actors. When I see a movie with someone that's kind of uncomfortable, like having someone read your book over your shoulder, I'm different that way. I mean, my second oldest brother, Soda, who was 16 going on 17, never cracks a book at all. And my oldest brother, Daryl, who we call Derry, works too long and hard to be interested in a story or drawing a picture. So I'm not like him. And nobody in our gang digs movies and books the way I do. For a while there, I thought I was the only person in the world that did, so I loaned it. Soda tries to understand at least, which is more than Derry does. But then Soda is different from anybody. He understands everything almost. Like he's never hollering at me all the time the way Derry is, or treating me as if I was 6 instead of 14. I love Soda more than I ever loved anyone, even Mom and Dad. He's always happy-go-lucky and grinning while Derry's hard and firm and rarely grins at all. But then Derry's gone through a lot in his 20 years, grown up too fast. Soda Pop will never grow up at all. I don't know which way's the best. I'll find out one of these days. Anyway, I went on walking home, thinking about the movie, and then suddenly wishing I had some company. Greasers can't walk alone too much or they'll get jumped. Or someone will come by and scream, "Greaser!" at them, which doesn't make you feel too hot, if you know what I mean. We get jumped by the socias. I'm not sure how you spell it, but it's the abbreviation for the socials. The jet set, the West Side rich kids. It's like the term greaser, which is used to class all us boys on the East Side. We're poorer than the socias in the middle class. I reckon we're wilder, too. Not like the socias who jump greasers and wreck houses and throw beer blasts for kicks and get editorials in the paper for being a public disgrace one day and an asset to society the next. Greasers are almost like hoods. We steal things and drive out souped-up cars and hold up gas stations and have a gang fight once in a while. I don't mean I do things like that. Derry would kill me if I got into trouble with the police. Since Mom and Dad were killed in an auto wreck, the 3 of us get to stay together only as long as we behave. So Soda and I stay out of trouble as much as we can, and we're careful not to get caught when we can't. I only mean that most greasers do things like that, just like we wear our hair long and dress in blue jeans and T-shirts, or leave our shirt tails out and wear leather jackets and tennis shoes or boots. I'm not saying that either socias or greasers are better. That's just the way things are.
Okay. Are y'all ready? Atlanta time?
Yes, we're ready.
Yes, we're ready.
Okay, y'all want to start by reading?
Sure.
Okay. So, guys, we're doing Google. This is Google Hangout, and this is Lowndes High School. So they're going to read to us, and we'll rotate back and forth. So, do I have another volunteer ready to go? Right there. Y'all are going to be my next 2. Okay. All right, go ahead, Miss Graham.
I'm Walker, and I will be reading Green Eggs and Ham by Dr. Seuss. I am Daniel. I am Sam. Sam I am. That Sam I am, that Sam I am. I do not like that Sam I am. Do you like green eggs and ham? I do not like them, Sam I am. I do not like green eggs and ham. How would you like them, here or there? I would not like them here or there. I would not like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am. Would you like them in a house? Would you like them with a mouse? I do not like them in a house. I do not like them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. I do not like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am. Would you eat them in a box? Would you eat them with a fox? Not in a box, not with a fox, not in a house, not with a mouse. I would not eat them here or there. I would not eat them anywhere. I would not eat green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am. Would you, could you, in a car? Eat them, here they are. I would not, could not, in a car. You may like them, you will see. You may like them in a tree. I would not, could not, in a tree. Not in a car, you let me be. I do not like them in a box. I do not like them with a fox. I do not like them in a house. I do not like them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. I do not like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am. A train, a train, a train. Could you, would you, on a train? Not a train, not in a tree, not in a car. Sam, let me be. I would not, could not, in a box. I would not, could not, with a fox. I will not eat them with a mouse. I will not eat them in a house. I will not eat them here or there. I will not eat them anywhere. I do not like them, Sam I am. Say, in the dark, here in the dark. Would you, could you, in the dark? I would not, could not, in the dark. Would you, could you, in the rain? I would not, could not, in the rain, not in the dark, not on a train. Not in a car, not in a tree. I do not like them, Sam, you see. Not in a house, not in a box, not with a mouse, not with a fox. I would not eat them here or there. I do not like them anywhere. You do not like green eggs and ham? I do not like them, Sam I am. Could you, would you, with a goat? I would not, could not, with a goat. Would you, could you, on a boat? I would not, could not, on a boat. I will not, with a goat. I will not eat them in the train. I will not eat them on a train. Not in the dark, not in a tree, not in a car, you let me be. I do not like them in a box. I do not like them with a fox. I will not eat them in a house. I will not eat them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. I do not like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am. You do not like them, so you say? Try them, and you may. Try them, and you may, I say. Sam, if you will let me be, I will try them, you will see. Say, I like green eggs and ham. I do. I like them, Sam I am. I would eat them in a boat. I would eat them with a goat. And I will eat them in the rain, and in the dark, and on a train, and in a car, and in a tree. They are so good, you see. So I will eat them in a box, and I will eat them with a fox. I will eat them in a house, I will eat them with a mouse. And I will eat them here and there, say I will eat them anywhere. I do so like green eggs and ham. Thank you, Sam I am.
Yes. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Get closer.
My garden. Good my garden. Cat is master. Cat is cat. In garden. Cat smells ratness. Vines with birds. Silks tall grass. Good her gone shadow now. Good he gone shadow too. Good young her small pats. Deep garden master. Smooth me cat. New bad hers. Kick me cat. Bad hers. Chase me cat. Hiss. Bad hers. When cat can. His bad hers. Hate bad hers. Clever cat. Mind purring. News of bad to magic her. Cat is clever. Cat is sly. Cat is master. Cat is spy.
Good job. Okay. Oh, wait.
Okay.
This is Sadie and Maud by Gwendolyn Brooks.
A little bit louder.
Maud went to college, Sadie stayed at home. Sadie scraped by for the fine-tooth comb. She didn't leave it tangling, her comb found every strand. Sadie was one of the livingest chicks in all the land. Sadie bore 2 babies under her maiden name. Maud and Pa and Papa nearly died of shame. When Sadie said her last so long, her girl struck out from home. Sadie had left his heritage, her fine-tooth comb. Maud, who went to college, is a thin brown mouse. She is living all alone and is old. Yay!
A little bit closer.
I found a book of poems. I brought the book to school, and every time I look at it, I giggle like a fool. Today in social studies, I opened up the book. I started giggling right away from just a single look. I'm croaking like a bullfrog. I'm braying like a mule. These aren't sounds you're supposed to make while studying at school. The more I try to stop it, the louder that I howl. I'm squawking like a parrot and hooting like an owl. I'm making a commotion, the teacher is upset, I'm losing my position here as teacher's favorite pet. My giggling is contagious, my friends have all joined in, the teacher's getting angry, we're making quite a din. The whole darn class is giggling, not one of us can stop. The teacher says that if we can't, he'll call the hallway cop. The room next door has heard us, and now they're giggling too. The sound of giggling travels fast, the school sounds like a zoo. And now the teacher's giving up. He cannot teach today. The principal's declaring it a giggling holiday.
Good job. Okay.
This is, shall I compare thee to a
Gotta read louder, louder.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more temperate and more lovely. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's leaf hath all too short a date. Sometimes too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed. And every fair from fair sometime declines, by chance or nature's changing course, untrimmed. But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair louse thou hast, nor shall death brag thou, and wanderest in his shade, when in eternal lines to time thou growest, so long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this and gives life to thee.
Okay, who's next? Go ahead. Go now. Read loudly.
Alright, here's another one.
Louder.
5:13. You're the salt of the earth, but if your salt loses its saltiness, how can't it be made salty again? It is no longer good for anything except to be thrown out and trampled underfoot. You're the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand. Amen.
Okay, I'm Daria from Lowndes High School, and I'm reading I Know Why Cage Birds Sing by Maya Angelou. Okay. A free bird leaps on the back of the wind and floats downstream, till the current ends and dips his wings in the orange sun rays and drinks
to claim the sky, but a bird that stalks down his narrow cage can seldom see through the bars of rage. His wings are clipped in a sweeter tide, so he opens his throat to sing. The caged birds sing with a fearful trill of things unknown by land or still, and his tune is heard on the distant hill where the caged bird sings of freedom. The free bird thinks of a noble breeze, and the trade winds soft through the singing trees. And the fat worms wait on a dawn bright, and lawn his names of the sky on his own. But a caged bird stands on the grave of dreams, his shadow of shouts on a nightmare spring. His wings are clipped in a sweeter tide, so he opens his throat to sing. The caged bird sings with a fearful trill of things unknown, but long for still in his tune is heard from a distant hill, where the caged bird sings of freedom.
Are there any more?
Yep. Oh, I'm Ashton, and I'm going to be reading a poem by Madison Kuhn. It's called Who Are You Really? It says, Who are you really? You are not a name, or a height, or a weight, or a gender. You are not an age, and you are not where you are from. You are your favorite books and the songs stuck in your head. You are your thoughts and what you eat for breakfast on Saturday mornings. You are 1,000 things, but everyone chooses to see the million things you are not. You are not where you are from. You are where you're going, and I'd like to go there too.
That's your camera.
Yay.
Okay. This is a poem. I don't know who it's by.
Okay, closer.
This is a poem. I don't know who it's by. Yeah, it goes. People aren't kind. You aren't perfect. They aren't perfect. No one is. Heartbreak. You fall in love. You are allowed to feel. You are alive.
Okay, this is a poem by Aloud. Growing. When I ask my mother, she doesn't really know what's inside of me making me grow. So I ask Father, who doesn't grow a bit, what's inside of you making you quit? And Father says, I'm busy now, son, so I still don't know how growing is done.
Very good. Good job. I like that one.
Miss Martin, I think that's everything that Miss Graham's class had. Oh, wait a minute, we have one more.
Okay, no problem.
Something about George Washington.
Okay, louder.
I'm gonna read something about George Washington. Yeah. By the time George was born in 1732, his family had been living in America for 75 years. George's great-great-grandfather, John Washington, and Williams Ball both arrived in Virginia in 1657. In England, Both families had supported King Charles I during the English Civil War of the 1640s, also called the Putty Revolution. The war budget focused loyal to the king against force loyal to parliamentary and began after Charles Scotland.
This one is by Catherine Howell McCann. It's titled Hazel Tells Laverne. Last night, I'm cleaning out my Howard Johnson's lady room when all of a sudden up pops this frog. Must have come from the sewer, swimming around and trying to climb up the side of the bowl. So I goes to flush him down. But so help me God, he starts talking about a golden ball and how I can be a princess. Me a princess. Well, my mouth drops all the way to the floor, and he says, kiss me, just kiss me. What's on the nose? Well, I screams, you little green pervert, and I hits him with my mop and has to flush and pull it down 3 times. Me a princess.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Like people. Oh man.
Okay, who's next? Okay, go ahead.
Music
I
video.
think you were muted. We couldn't hear him.
Oh.
Oh, she can't hear me
I
now
heard a little
because she's
tiny
muted.
bit of what he's saying, but then it
Okay, we're unmuted now. Next. Who's next? Okay, here we go. Closer to the mic and louder.
I went to the doctor. He reached down my throat. He pulled out a shoe and a little bit. He pulled out a skate,
Louder
a
and
bicycle
slower.
seat, and said, "Be more careful about what you eat."
Good job. Okay, who else? You want to read? You want to read? You can go again.
Rise and fall. When thoughts spring up, the wind freshens, and like waves a thousand words arise. But when the wind falls, the trader sinks with his ship. On the boundless ocean of my being he founders, and all the words with him, but oh how wonderful. I am the unbound deep, in who all living things naturally arise, rush against each other
Slow down.
playfully, and then subside.
Good job.
I'm thankful for my baseball bat I practiced yesterday. I'm thankful for my checkers that I haven't learned to play. I'm thankful for my mitt once one was missing. from the
Louder,
snow.
slower.
I'm thankful for my hamsters that escaped the North Pole. I'm thankful for my basketball that sprung another leak. I'm thankful for my pair of teeth that bit me twice last week. I'm thankful for my bicycle I crashed into the tree. I'm thankful for my roller skates. I'm thankful
Louder.
I'm thankful for my modern plane. It's short a dozen parts. I'm thankful for my target game. I'm sure I'll find the darts. I'm thankful for my bathing suit. It came off in the river. I'm thankful for so many things except of course for liver.
Good job. Loud, get close to the microphone.
The bagpipe who didn't say no. It was 9 o'clock at midnight, a quarter after 3, when a turtle met a bagpipe on the shore side by the sea. The turtle said, "My dearie, may I sit with you? I'm neary." And the bagpipe didn't say no. Said the turtle to the bagpipe, "I have walked this lonely shore, and I have talked to waves and pebbles, but I've never loved before. Will you marry me today, dear?" It's no, you're not going to say dear, but the bagpipe didn't say no. Said the turtle to his darling, "Please excuse me if I stare, but you have the plattest skin, dear, and you have the straightest hair. If I begged you, pretty, please, love, could I give you just one squeeze, love?" And the bagpipe didn't say no.
Okay, quiet.
Said the turtle to the bagpipe, "Oh, you love me. Then confess. Let me whisper in your dainty ear and hold you to my chest." And he cuddled her and teased her, and loving he squeezed her. The bagpipe said, "Agora." Said the turtle to the bagpipe, "Didn't you honk or bay or neigh for a go when your kiss is such a heartless thing to say? Is it that I have often offended? It is that our love is ended." And the bagpipe didn't say no. Said the turtle to the bagpipe, "Shall I leave you, darling wife? Shall I waddle off to Wildom? Shall I crawl out of your life? Shall I move, depart, and go? Dear." Oh, the bagpipe, you tell me, "No, dear," but the bagpipe didn't say no. So the turtle crept off, crying and he near came back no more. And he left the bagpipe laying on that smooth and sandy shore. And some night, when the tide is low there, just walk up and say, "Hello there." And politely asking the bagpipe if the story really so, assuring you, darling children, the bagpipe won't say no.
Will Henry, delete that comment. Delete that comment. Now. Did you mean it serious?
No.
Yes. Okay.
It's a joke.
If it's a joke, it's okay. Is that your friend?
Yes.
Okay. Next, Tim. Hey, y'all gonna be next. Oh, that's fine. We'll just laugh.
Do I start?
Yes, get closer to the mic.
Paint me a picture, parrot, honey, me, poetry, B. Hush me a lullaby, I hope bookmark me flee. Paint me a honey, me, hush me right into an absolute tea-tastical night. Riddle me riddles, interior pop me, a pop-up snail, knit me a mystery, black widow. Read deeply well, riddle me, pop me, and knit me soon over the absolute tastical moon. Wonder me, miss, snow leopard, roar me, adventures, black bear. Lead me a legend jaguar, livery mare, wonder me, roar me, and lead me high into an absolute tastical sky.
You're not my You're not just my friend, you're my love. You're not just my love, you're my heart. You're not just my heart, you're my life. You're not just my life, you're my everything.
Hey, King, next.
Hey, go Pate.
City blockade. I feel so small, standing beneath the tall buildings that wall me and the pigeons in from the light of the sky.
Wait, go back. I have to take that short. Now I got you. Next.
The unicorn. A long time ago. A long time ago, when the earth was green, and there was more kids of animal than you ever seen, and they run around free while the world has been born, and the lovest of all was a unicorn. There was green alligators and long-necked geese. There was humpy camels and chimpanzees. There was a cadastral elephants, but sure as you're born, the lovest of all was the unicorn. But the Lord seen some sinning, and it caused him pain. He says, "Stand back, I'm going to make it rain." He says, "Hey, Father Noah, I'll tell you what to do. Go and build me a floating zoo. And you take 2 alligators and a couple of geese, 2 bumpy camels, and 2 chimpanzees. Take 2 cadastral elephants, but sure as you're born, Noah, don't forget my unicorn." Now Noah was there, and he answered the calling, and he finished up the ark just as the rain started falling. He marched in the animals 2 by 2, and he called out as they went through. Hey Lord, I got you 2 alligators and your couple of geese, your humpy bumpy camels and your 2 chimpanzees. I got your caducean elephants, but Lord, I'm so torn, 'cause I just don't see no unicorn. Noah looked out through the differing rain, but the unicorns were hidden, playing silly games. They were kicking and splashing in the misty morn on them silly unicorns were unicorn. Then the goat started goading, and the snake started snaking, the elephant started elephanting, and the boat started shaking. The mouse started squealing, and the lion started roaring, and everything aboard but the unicorn. I mean the green alligators and the long-necked geese, the humpy-bumpy camels and the chimpanzees. Noah cried, close the door, 'cause the rain is pouring, and we just can't wait for them unicorn. The ark started moving, and it drifted with the tide, and the unicorn looked up from the rock. Humpy bumpy camels and lots of chimpanzees. You'll see caducean elephants, but sure as you're born, you're never gonna see no unicorn.
That's why you don't see unicorns.
Simone, you're next. Tedder, you're after Simone. All right, here we go. Listen.
Wisconsin in February. February. Wait. Burr, 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 burr. Huff, puff, rough, tough, enough. February.
Good job. I love that one. Huh? Burr, 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 burr. I can memorize that one, can't y'all? Huff, puff, puff. Okay.
Slowly over cedars.
That's not nice.
Slowly over cedars, sunshine showers.
It's a haiku.
Tatter, you're next. Chris.
Wait, we just let's go.
Way to go. Why you gotta be so dark?
I can't afford a skateboard. I can't afford an outboard. I can't afford a surfboard. All I can afford is a board.
Good job. Okay, who's next? Tatter, you talking again?
No, it won't go back in.
You gotta come in.
It will go in. It will go back in.
Finally, Shemaine knows what to do.
Dear cousin, next time I visit Michigan, I sure
Slow down.
I sure would like to fish again. It doesn't matter on which lake or stream or pond. Make no mistake, I love to fish. The hooks, the bait, the nets, the fun, I just can't wait. I promise that I will not squirm or scream next time I touch a worm. I'll hold it tight, I'll even look. I'll wrap that thing around the hook. I promise I won't make you do it. Ta-da, I'll say there's nothing to it. I swear I'll be a helpful elf. I'll watch my bobber myself until it bobs right out of sight, and then, if you don't mind, I might just ask you one last little favor, because you are a little braver. Next time I visit Michigan, will you unhook my fish again?
Good job.
I dare you to read this part.
Read it, Chris. Chris, read it. Read it. Read it.
No, because you're trying to be ugly.
That's right.
Thank you for volunteering. Okay, next. Okay, go ahead, DJ. You want to read right here?
No, I'll take it. Read, Jay. You want to read?
He broke the book.
Okay. I have one more, and then you can go. Okay. All right, here we go. Listen.
I have a baby brother they brought home last week. He doesn't talk or play with me, all he does is sleep. Mom said that I could hold him. I thought that might be fun, but all he does is stare at me. I think he's kind of fun. Some say he looks like Daddy, some say he looks like me. I think they all need glasses he's bought or he can do. If this is what a baby's like, I think we could be ahead to try and get a refund and buy a dog instead.
Okay. Yeah, okay, listen.
When I make plans that are great and bad.
Hey. Go ahead now.
Start over?
Yep.
When I make plans that are great and vast, even more grand than the time before last. How can my mother say no so fast?
Sounds like me. Oh, next, you. All right, Kendall, we going. Hold on. You stand right there. Stand right there. Okay, listen closely. Did you lose it?
Someone asked me what I saw in you to love you so much. My only answer was everything.
I like it. Oh, wait. I have one more.
Christmas thinking.
Okay, listen.
Oh, what a nice jumper. I've always adored powder blue and fancy. You thinking of orange and pink for the stripes, how clever of you. Dear Uncle, the soap is terrific, so useful and such a kind thought, and how did you guess that I just used the last of the soap that last Christmas brought?
Trying to get a bracelet.
The dirtiest man in the world. Oh, I'm Dirty Dan, the world's dirtiest man. I've never taken a shower. I can't see my shirt. It's covered with dirt. And my ears have enough to grow flowers. But the water is either a little too hot or else it's a little too cold. I'm musty and dusty and patchy and scratchy and mangy and covered with mold. But the water is always a little too hot or else it's a little too cold.
Good job. Did you guys have bracelets already?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Does he have a bracelet? Be careful. All right, listen. Okay, listen. If you're having to leave, go quietly. Here we go. Listen.
I've been lost, tossed, thrown around, but still I'm
Too fast, and we didn't hear a word you said.
I've been lost, tossed, and thrown around, but still I'm
Louder and slower.
I've been lost, tossed, and thrown around, but still I'm around.
Good job. Finally.
It's funny my puppy knows just how I feel. When I'm happy, he's yappy and squirms like a hill. When I'm grumpy, he's slumpy and stays at my heel. It's funny my puppy knows such a great deal.
Good job.
That came completely butt straight. And then I stepped in quick so I couldn't hardly move my feet. Then I had to help this kid get this lunchbox back. So I unpacked my hanging poodles. That was a really good attack.
Very good.
I don't have a book to read.
Get this one. Oh, here you go.
Yeah.
Which one to read? You can read something.
Yeah.
What's that right there? That word?
Duncan.
What page?
Just read like 1 or 2 pages.
What page?
Any page.
Any page.
All right.
What Cat in the Snow by Duncan. Is that what it is? Duncan?
Duncan.
Duncan.
What can read it? But you have to read it. What kind of word?
Can I read this?
I gotta read that whole thing?
One day in class, Duncan went to take out his crayons and found a stack of letters with his name on them.
Good job. Go, Aaron.
So what did I read another one? Can I get another one?
This one.
Go, Aaron.
Thank you.
Want me to help?
I still have to look at. I still have to look at.
Jack.
I know it read.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for showing me this very nice.
Yeah, so read this.
This very nice.
Oh, that's my book.
It's
read in your book.
Hey, Charlie,
You got to
Charlie.
read
And
poems.
the easels are full.
What I at?
And the easels are cool.
The blocks look like fun.
The blocks look like fun.
And the chairs are just right.
And the chairs are just right.
The hamster is cute.
The hamster is cute.
And you say he won't bite.
And you say he won't bite.
The playground has sand.
The playground has it.
And the seesaws
No,
and
we have one
swings.
view. And the seesaw
We have
is
two.
blue.
Shh, don't touch that computer. And the dress-up corner
And the dress-up corner
is full of neat things.
is full of neat things.
The posters are pretty
The posters are for
that show.
ABC.
Too bad I can't stay.
Too bad I can't say.
Could you call my mom, please?
Could you call my mom, please?
So she was talking about all the nice things, but who did she really want? Her mom.
Oh, no.
Good
You know,
job.
we had 2 viewers, but now we have 1. Miss Turner, what's up with
Miss
that?
Turner's gonna read a book.
Miss Turner, come on, come read a book. See, right here, Aaron.
Thank you.
I want one. You gotta read. You gotta read aloud.
I want to see one.
No.
I want to see it.
Because I love books, or I love, or reading. No, you have to read to get one.
Mine says read it.
You have to read every day?
No, just at World Read Aloud Day.
Oh.
All right, here comes Miss Turner.
Go, Miss Turner. Yay. Go, Miss T. Go, Miss Turner.
All right, y'all have a seat. Have a seat. You got a seat.
I hate being
Y'all have a
used
seat.
to draw.
Have a seat. Have a seat. Have a seat.
Things that are colored in others' colors, all which think they're brighter than me. I'm not fair when you use me to draw. Nice beach ball, a full of colors, a ball, or all the others, crayons. How about a black beach ball sometime? Is that too much to ask? Your friend, Black Crayon.
Your phone got fallen.
Can I read again? Please. Forgive me, Roger.
I'll put snap.
Oh.
Wait. Come on.
Forgive me, Roger.
Testing.
Mr. Brodden, your turn. No, I'm reading again. Okay.
You say you couldn't read that, but you just said that, Jay.
This.
You just keep
What is
lying.
that thing?
Yeah, you're lying.
Put it right there, so let me touch it.
Yeah, because my about to touch it. Yeah, he was.
How does a dinosaur stay safe? All day, whether he's at home or at
Don't
school
just pull books off the shelf.
or at play.
There's some on the cart right now.
Does he climb up too high? Or does he jump on his bed?
Y'all come have a seat.
Does he race on his bike with a helmet or on a head?
Aaron, come have a seat, baby.
Is he rough with the cat? Does he stand up on chairs? Oh, he's wearing scissors. When Mama says no, does he run down the stairs? If one dares him, does he always try to drop from the rooftop as if he could fly? No, a dinosaur doesn't, and I'll tell you why. When crossing the street, he holds Mama's hand tight, and when he's ever so watchful to cross the road with the light. He's careful with forks, knives, and spoons when he eats cats. What? Goes off with strangers. When swimming with friends, he is perfectly right. The keys pop up. Can see.
was a good moment when he is riding their bike. Taking their water when we on a long hike. Always safe, never sorry, in playtime and fun, all times and knows how to dial 911. He is careful, not skillful, so he is bigger. Stay safe and play safe, little dinosaur.
Lounge Meadow, y'all coming on?
We're here. We're here.
Okay, we are kind of between classes, so we'll be just about a few minutes. But if y'all want to go ahead and read, you can. But I think we'll be in about 5 minutes. We'll have another class coming in.
Okay, that sounds perfect. Hey, how is our sound? Are you getting echo? Okay.
Yeah, it's good. And what you probably need to do, you see at the top of the Hangout where you can mute the microphone. Like when we're reading, mute y'all's microphone, and we'll do the same so that all the background noise doesn't come through.
Okay, definitely.
When one of them reads the read, we'll pick to mute the microphone so that the sound can be back. Then we'll prove it on.
So, what's going on? Like, what's how down? Where's your ghost? Where's the, I don't know. That was,
Come on in. Come on in.
I just covered up. Here it is, here it is, here it is.
Take a line right here, look good. Come on up, come on up, come on up. Come on up.
Hey, Ms. Robinson, you want us to help you out tomorrow?
Some of the
Okay, Miss Grantham, we are ready when you are. Okay, Michael. Hold on just a second.
Okay, so introduce it. We're ready, Miss Rollerson.
Okay, y'all mute your mic, and then as we read, then we'll mute ours and y'all can read.
Okay, we'll do that now.
Okay. All right, Kagan. You have to, hey guys, you have to get close to the mic and read loudly and slowly, okay? Go ahead.
Okay. This poem's called Hideout. They looked for me in from my nook. Inside the oak, I watched them look. Through little slits between the leaves, I saw their looking legs and sleeves. They wouldn't have looked all over town except they food some acorns down.
Good job. Okay, y'all can go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. My students are going to be reading some poems.
that go with the bilingual book that they read earlier in the year. So I don't know if you can see it, but we're going to get started.
Yes, ma'am, we can see it.
Here we go. Okay, can you see our reader?
There she is.
Yes, we do.
Hello, my name is Kati. I am from the United States. My first language is Spanish. I hope you enjoy my poem. The Surprise. Roberto grew up in Mexico, a land of sunshine and flowers. Life was happy with family and friends. Music and games filled his hours. Then one day he had a surprise. An exciting adventure was planned. He will leave his homeland and friends behind and travel to a strange new land. At first, Roberto was troubled and sad. "I will miss my friends," he said with a sigh. "What will they do without me here? How can I tell them goodbye?" But grandfather came to the rescue. He had a plan that would do. Roberto could come back and visit his friends, and they could visit him too.
Very good.
All right, your turn. Oh, Lord, I think it was muted the whole time, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Good job. Y'all. Okay, we'll have our next reader.
Alright. I'm reading I Love the Look of Words by Maya Angelou. Popcorn leaps popping from the floor of a hot black skillet and into my mouth. Black words leap, snapping from the white page, rushing into my eyes, sliding into my brain, which gobbles them the way my tongue and teeth chomp the buttered popcorn.
Louder.
When I have stopped reading, ideas from the words stay stuck in my mind like the sweet smell of butter perfuming my fingers long after the popcorn is finished. I love the book and the look of words, the weight of ideas that pop into my mind. I love the tracks of new thinking in my mind.
Introducing, okay.
Go ahead, video.
Hello, my name is Ovidio. I am from Guatemala. My first language is Spanish. I have been learning English for 6 months. I hope you enjoy my poem.
Maybe back up just a little bit, and that'll help.
Back up.
I think we go. Now that's good. You're good.
Happy day. Hop, hop, flap, flap. Tito the rooster is ready to play. He flaps his feathers and hop about. What a happy, happy day. Roberto, he crows from the window. The sun is a great golden ball. Bluebirds are singing a song for you, yet up come play they call. Thank you.
Okay, my next reader. And you can be next, okay? Okay, you have to get close to the microphone so they can hear you, okay? Good. Tell them your name.
My name is Rachel, and I'll be reading a poem by Lewis Carroll called The Jabberwock. Was brillig and slithy toes did gyre and gimble in the wave. All mimsy were the bubble groves, and the moan wreaths that brave. Beware the Jabberwock, my son, the jaws that bite, the claws that catch. Beware the Jub-Jub bird, and shun the ferny's fender snatch. He took his vocal sword in hand, long time to make some foe he sought. So he rested by the tum-tum tree, and stood awhile in thought. And as uffish thought he stood, the Jabberwock with eyes aflame came whistling through the tugly wood, and burbled as it came. 1, 2, 1, 2, and through and through. The vocal blade went snicker-snack, he left it dead, and with its head he went galumphing back. Hast thou slain the Jabberwock? Come to my arms, my beamish boy. O fragis day, callooh, callay, he chortled in his joy. 'Twas brillig in the slithy toes, did gyre and gimble in the wave. All mimsy where the bubble grows, the moon rides that grave.
Too complicated.
Okay, we've got another reader coming up.
Stand sweet thing.
Yes, we can. Here we go. Very good. Tell them your name.
Loud.
Tell them your name.
Hello, my name is Jitsi. I am from the United States. My first language is Spanish. I hope you enjoy my poems. Iguanas need petals. Iguanas lie on leafy limbs, surveying the world below. How would you like to converse with them? What would you like to know? They can tell you which vegetables are tasty, which fruits are juicy and sweet. Munch slowly, never be hasty. As a rule, be neat when you eat. Iguanas like to go for a swim. They all have a favorite pool with a stretching head. They limp for a limp. For a dip where the water is cool. Remember, iguanas are conscious and shy. When frightened, they'll hide in a tree. But you can make friends if you really try. Iguanas need pals like you. Thank you.
How is our volume coming through on the students' voices, Ms. Martin?
Got it. Thank you. Oh, it's good. It's really good. We can hear very well.
Okay, this is our first time using the Chrome bases for this.
Don't brag. Don't brag. Next reader?
Okay, do you have a reader now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we do. He's coming up.
My name is Peyton Bedford, and I'm going to be reading a few pages from this book called Middle School, The Worst Years of My Life. As soon as I got to homeroom, I went straight for the back row and sat as far from the teacher's desk as possible. There was just one problem with that plan, and his name was Miller. Miller the Killer, to be exact. It's impossible to stay off this kid's bad side, because it's the only one he's got. But I didn't know any of that yet. Sitting in the back, huh? He said. Yeah, I told him. Are you one of those troublemakers or something? He said. I just shrugged. I don't know. Not really. Because this is where all the juvies sit, he said, and took a step closer. In fact, here in my seat. I don't see your name on it, I told him. And I was just starting to think maybe that was wrong. That was the wrong thing to say when Miller put one of his triple XL paws around my neck and started lifting me like a 100-pound dumbbell. I usually like to keep my head attached to my body, so I went ahead and stood up like she wanted me to. Let's try that again, he said. This is my seat. Understand? Understood, all right. I'd been in sixth grade for about 4.5 minutes, and I already had a fluorescent orange target on my back. So much for blending in. And don't get me wrong, I'm not a total wimp. Give me a few more chapters and I'll show you what I'm capable of. In the meantime, though, I just decided to move to some other part of the room, like maybe somewhere a little less hazardous to my health. But then, when I went to sit down again, Miller called over. He said, that one's mine too. Can you see where this is going? By the time our homeroom teacher, Mr. Rourke, rolled in, I was just standing there wondering what might it be like to spend the next 9 months without sitting. Rourke looked over the top of his glasses at me. Excuse me, Mr. Cachadorian, I told him. Guessing had someone shouted, and the entire class started laughing. Quiet, Mr. Rourke snapped as he checked his attendance book for my name. And how are you today, Ray? He said, smiling like there was cookies on the way. Fine, thanks, I answered. Do you find our seating uncomfortable? He asked me. Not exactly, I said, because I couldn't really go into details. and sit down now. I'm like Miller the Killer, Mr. Rourke definitely has two sides. And I already met both of them.
What? Sit up.
Oh, no.
Sit up.
Sit up so we can see you.
So that I can see
All right,
you.
here, let me adjust. Scoot back just a little bit, buddy.
Because he's so short.
Wait. I still can't see. Scoot back.
Rub your back. Tell me. Wave at him.
Hello, my name is Jordani. I am from Guatemala. My first language is Spanish. I have been learning English for 7 months. I hope you enjoy my poem.
I'll be right here with you.
Butterfly, 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 don't fly back. I like you to meet you. I sniff a lot. Little sniff these flowers sweet. You can tell from the smell it is good to eat. Yes, the nectar is nice to taste for. Actually, the weird flower, the wildflower coffee is hard to beat, but keep ears perked for buzzing of bees. Those still are the juices and never say please. Butterfly, butterfly, don't fly away. You silken wind have touched me today. So now, no, or not, now that we're friends, please don't fly away.
Good job.
Our next reader. Great job. We are loving hearing the stories, Miss Cowart. Okay, here's our next reader.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
I'm Marie Perez, and I'll be reading this poem called A Soldier Cried. Jaded heart, so plead, voices cry, no time to bleed. Whisper liner in the night, death around, horrible sight. Face to face, you're just like me, sad to think war has been. Killing fields, battle sweeps, in this near soldiers weep.
Okay, we're ready.
Hello, my name is Jimena. I am from Mexico. My first language is Spanish. I have been learning English for 7 months. I hope you enjoy my poem. The invitation.
Blinking, winking, and wiggling. Wanna checks the clock. Busy bees buzz and butterflies flutter. Wanda is ready to rock. Hello, Roberto, she beckons. Please join me for tea in my tree. Just bring a bag of fresh veggies and arrive precisely at 3.
Good job.
Good job. Next reader.
Thank you.
My name is Mr. I will be reading A Poison Tree by William Blake.
Closer. Closer.
I was angry with my friend. I told my wrath did not end. I was angry with my foe. I told it not, my wrath did grow. I watered it in fears, not in mourning with my tears. And I sunned it with smiles, and with soft deceitful wiles. And it grew both day and night, till it bore an apple bright. And my foe behold it shine, and I knew that he was mine. And into my garden stole, when the night had belled the pole. In the morning glad I see, my foe outstretched the tree.
Good job. That's one of my favorites. I love William Blake.
Very nice. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jose. I'm from Mexico. My first language is Spanish.
Hello, my name is Destiny. I'm from the United States. My first language is English and then Spanish.
My name is Joy Cowart. I am from Hayhire, Georgia. And my first and only language is English, and we hope you enjoy our poem.
Tito cross and wakes me up. I jump into a squeaky truck.
Bounce and bounce, flinging us high. Even the kitty seems to fly.
Soon Pepe the parrot's squawk is heard. Too much excitement, says the wise old bird.
With a look of fright on her lovely face, Joanna crossed into Mom's open case.
Before you know it, we're on the big plane. And suddenly, I've got a lot to explain.
Juana Iguana is out of the bag. She's roaming the aisles, her tail in a wag.
Passengers are shrinking and climbing about. Get that iguana off the plane, the captain shouts.
My friend was deplane, I'm sad to say, and that was the end of a crazy day.
Yay!
Thank you.
Good job. Okay, good job. Thank you. Okay, next reader. Joe. Can you read for me?
I'm Joe. I'm reading my sneak speech. I had a nightmare a couple of long nights ago about discrimination between Sneetches about if they have a star or not. I've come to this beautiful island right now to see that my nightmare was a situation going on right now on our island. That situation between us Sneetches has reached its all-time high, and I think it's affecting our community and half of our people. Having a star doesn't mean you are overly superior to your peers. You are born with what God wanted you to have for the rest of your lives, and you are never supposed to change it. My whole life has been a terror because of the way I've been treated by starred Sneetches has been horrible. I've heard sometimes parents telling their children not to talk to me because I don't have a star on my belly. That one thing has made me feel undervalued with the way I live. I've realized that not having a star is the thing that God knows will make you the greatest person you can be on this earth. We need to end this discrimination so this beat can go up on this great Tuesday. Star folks think their stars are on fleek like eyebrows. They should realize that a star is just something with 5 sides that is shining, but other than that I think it's just a barrier. I think it's a barrier between people. I think it's a barrier because it's holding the community that we live in to a standard that people with stars deserve a right to have better treatment than us. That's not working with anyone today. About a week ago, I saw a star Sneetch pay a man for a star. After he got his star, I asked the man, "Why do you need a star to be happy?" He said, "I'll be treated better with a star, and my life depends on it." He said the way he was treated made him want to kill himself. I told him you have to prevail against these unjust laws and know you are a great man with a star for not having a star. I hope all those people who are willing to give up their lives because they are starless, I hope they know that they are cared about and loved. This has been a great day for this island to know that freedom is coming. Sneetch at last, Sneetch at last, Sneetch at last.
Good job.
Miss Martin, this is our last poem.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Alberto. Hello, my name is Alberto. I'm from Mexico in the United States. My first language is Spanish. I hope you enjoy my poem. The Adventure. What a lovely day for an adventure. Piped the parrot perched on a limb. Surprised, I jumped a foot in the air, and then I spotted him. "I know where there's buried treasure," said he, "jewels and silver and gold. I'll take you there if you come with me. Hop aboard and be brave and be bold." Suddenly I found myself on his back, his wings spread and off we flew. On a rainbow of feathers softly I sat. Oh, what a magnificent view. He thrilled me with stories of pirates and battles that raged on the seas of a ship, cast ashore by crashing waves itself like thoughts like kites. On the breeze, the treasure we found, not buried around us, sparkled and gleamed over rivers like ribbons of diamonds, lit by the stone's golden beams. I never had such an adventure. The parrot became my best friend. Yes, I'm much more than brave now in this garden.
Good job.
That was so much fun, Miss Martin. Thank you so much for letting us participate.
All right, we are so glad y'all did. Y'all tell them thanks.
Hopefully we can do this again in the near future.
Sounds good. Okay, my next reader.
Everybody say bye.
Bye. No way.
Bye, guys. Have fun today.
Hi, my name is Shane, and I'm going to read you a poem.
Can I interrupt you just a second? If you are not on Instagram, you can follow us at Hey Higher Middle. And if you take pictures of any tag us in the picture. So feel free. If you're not following us on Instagram, you can get your phone out and follow us right now so you can keep up with Read Aloud. Hashtag is Read Aloud today. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
My Uncle Dave to take us for a ride. My sisters grabbed the window seat. I sat right by his side. He zoomed across the garden and knocked over some hedges down, then barreled over sidewalks in a busy part of town. He zipped along a winding road. A siren made him stop. My uncle got a ticket from a very angry cop. At home, our mother asked us, "Did all of you behave?" We answered her, "Of course we did, except for Uncle Dave."
Good job. You have to have a certain level of IQ to be able to smell. Okay, who's next? Perfect. Who just read? Who just read? Hey, Harmon. And get close to the mic. There you go.
I will be reading Weather and Seasons. We lived close to weather.
Hey, hold on just a second. Take that mic and bend it down a little bit. There you go.
We lived close to weather in the country. My brother and I walked back and forth to school, no matter how cold or wet or warm it was. We rarely missed a day. Spring was always filled with firsts. The first spring beauties in the woods near the culvert, the first violets and cowslips along the river, the first warm enough day to go barefoot. All around us we found evidence that only icicles weep tears when spring appears. Summer brought wild berries to pick and potato bugs, and camping at the lake where we swam by day and chased fireflies at dusk. And summer meant riding on top of a load of hay and watching the threshers and going on picnic. Then September came and school again and wearing shoes again and watching maple leaves turn red and poplar leaves turn yellow. I always felt a little sad about fall. The last of October, the birds have all flown, the screens are in the attic, and sand piles alone. Everything is put away before it starts to snow. I wonder if the ladybugs have any place to go. But the temporary sadness of fall soon vanished. In northern Michigan, winter comes early and stays late, and for us children, winter was a great time of year. Out came skis and sleds and skates. Up went snow forts and snowmen and snow houses. It's snowing, the piles of white are glowing, and when we hold our minutes out, we gather falling stars. I can still smell the steamy wetness and minutes drying on the warming oven of the kitchen range.
Good job. Yes?
Can Matt go? Who wants to go?
My name is Samora, and this is my letter to Miss Galloway. Dear Miss Galloway, I'm 12 and I hate gnats. Life for me gets harder every day. I'm from Valdosta, Georgia. I went to Westside Elementary School from first grade to fifth, and it's a bad school with me. I enjoy things such as reading, playing games, and other stuff like that in our free time. If I'm upset, the consequences are reading, taking a nap, or watching TV. I enjoy asking my parents questions, but definitely not set the personal ones. Most of my free time, I try to time everything I do, make sure that I get things done. I like to say free time is TV time, but I get work in between. My ideal teacher is one who plays games all year. Games and activities help me learn the most. Paperwork helps a little along, but a lot with partners. I try to make paperwork fun, but sometimes I won't be in the mood. I also make mistakes when I make work fun, but everyone makes them. My first impressions of the seventh grade was, oh no, I'm going to bed. But I had a, my goal is to get in gifted because my opinion is that I have an 80% chance to. I thought that I was going to seventh grade was a matter of life or death. I took the risk of putting myself under too much stress. I was so happy when I came to seventh grade and hoped for nice teachers. That's exactly what I got. Sincerely,
Great job.
This is the poem called The Homemade Boat. This boat that we just built is just fun.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, Matt, that was my fault. I was talking. Yes, I do. Thank you, my fault.
This is a poem called Homemade Boat. This boat that we just built is just fun, and don't try to tell us it's not. The sides and back are divine. It's the bottom, I guess we forgot.
Oh, at the bottom, very important. That's a good one, Matt. Here you go. Who's next? All right, listen.
My name is Victoria and I'll read a poem called Nothing Gold Can Say by Robert Frost. Nature's first green is gold. Her heart is few to hold. Her early leaves of flower, but only so an hour. Her leaves subsides to leave, so Eden sank to grief. So dawn goes down today, nothing gold can stay.
Good job. That's one of my favorites. Here you go. Next. Who else is going to read?
You're crazy. Come on, Zach.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Christopher, you going to read?
Zach has a book.
Zach?
He has a book right there.
Okay, go.
Zach, give a book. Yeah, you have it right there. He has a book right there.
Are you tagging me in your pictures?
Yeah. Certainly was middle. Hold on, sorry. I'm a touchy letter, tracing the curves of an angel, but I couldn't come up with the answer. Surrounded by a dense growth of tall, yield, and clear in a folded place, dark cloud won across the sun, and last year summer cold. I was hungry too. Time to go back to the house, I thought. But where is it? 4 pathways away from the pool, lighting out to the smoke of the wheel. I looked behind me, and there I saw come the other path. but I didn't know which one I chose. I ran this way, then I thought the garden paid no mind to a direction. Finally, I chose a path at random and began walking quickly, then running. After 10 minutes, I found myself at the pool again. Breathless and frightened, I closed another path, with the same result. Desperate, I'm trying to last the path of once found more myself. Staring at the fountain, I seemed I couldn't escape from these two stone children and their scattered swan. Suddenly laughter broke out again, loud and shrill and child laugh. I spun around expecting to see Nellie. I saw no one, but there suddenly shook as if someone had there. If you couldn't scare me, I cried, more angry now and frightened. Come out to my face, Nellie. I suddenly rustled. Hide and seek, a voice came out, you're it.
Okay, everybody look and smile. Don't do it. Keep your hands in your lap. Everybody look and smile. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, listen up.
Okay, I'm just going to tell you that if I had Taylor Swift's song, I would read that, but unfortunately, I don't. So,
Closer to the mic. You can hold it.
I feel like that. No? Okay. My body jolts with nervous energy. Oh, this is divergent. My body jolts with nervous energy as his eyes squint. I kick him. He drops to his knees, his gun clattering to the ground. I grab it and press the barrel to the top of his head. How are you awake? I demand. He lifts his head and I click the bullet into its chamber, rising and eyebrow at him. The Dauntless leaders, they evaluated my records and removed me from the simulation, he says, because they figured out that you already have murderous tendencies and wouldn't mind killing a few hundred people while conscious. I say, makes sense. I'm not murderous. I never knew a candor who was such a liar. I tap the gun against his skull. Where are the computers that control the simulation, Peter? You won't shoot me. People tend to overestimate my character. I say quietly. They think that because I'm small, or I'm a girl, or I'm a stiff. I can't be cruel, but they're wrong. I shift the gun 3 inches to his left and fire at his arm.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right, let's do this. Yeah.
First line.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What's up?
All right.
Called Tell Me. Tell me I'm clever. Tell me I'm kind. Tell me I'm talented. Tell me I'm cute. Oh yeah. Tell me I'm sensitive, graceful and wise. Tell me I'm perfect, which I'm clearly am. But tell me the truth. So it's like 5 of them are lies.
Good job. Who else? Who else? Oh, good. Who's going to read next?
He does. All
right, you did last year.
He had a really good book.
All right, Eli. Come on, Eli. Preston.
Yeah.
AJ, you're next. Find the poem on your phone. All right, here we go. Listen. Back on task.
I'll be reading the part from the Watson's Go to Birmingham.
Okay, closer to the microphone. Good job.
But I've been expecting this. This is just like that show I've seen about wolves. They said that top dog wolf is always getting challenged by giant little wolves. They said the top dog wolf can't show no weakness at all. That if he does, if he gets hurt or something, if he steps on a broke bottle and starts limping or something, all the little jive wolves in the pack start trying to overthrow him. That's what's happening right now. You think I'm hurt, and you and every other punk chihuahua in America is climbing out of the woodwork to try and get a bite out of me.
Listen.
I'm reading a poem from My America called Dear Cousin. Dear Cousin, next time I visit Michigan, I sure would like to fish for you. It doesn't matter on which lake, or stream, or pond. No mistake. Make no mistake. I love to fish. The hooks, the bait, the nets, the float, I just can't wait. I promise that I will not squirm or scream. Next time I touch a worm, I'll hold it tight. I'll even look. I'll wrap that thing around the hook. I promise I won't make it leave. I'll say there's nothing to it. I swear I'll do. I won't put it over. I'll watch my brother until it falls right out of sight, and then, if you don't mind, I might just ask you one last thing because we're a little bit. Next time I visit Michigan, will you also go fishing?
Who's next? Anybody else ready? Come on now. You ready?
Yeah. As I read these quotes should make you think. Okay.
Get up, go now.
Cool.
My favorite is Ryan's Hall. It's not. It's all up here. I need a good. I can't find nowhere.
Everybody ready? I am Leah Perez, and I will be reading some quotes. More God has been mine for those thoughts of men who has been taken from the earth. So dust off the cobwebs and use those great ideas you have. Freedom advice is kind to cause is nothing unless you act upon. Opportunities are found by those who look for them. The bee has stung but the sting has honey. The bee has stung, but honey too. So look at every negative and make it a positive out of it. Wake up and stop falling and pray to the conditions of your media and social around you. It's only the people who are awake that lives a state of constant amazement. Most things that we think about are impossible in life. It's because we never try them. So go and face your dreams every day and opportunities before making a judgment. It's important to focus on one thing at a time. Even in the Roman times, they understood that the proverbs, the man who chases two rabbits catch none.
Good job. Who's next?
I will be reading Family and Friends. I had a lucky childhood. When I was 5 years old, my father was advised by the doctor to give up his business and move to the country where life would be less strenuous. And so the fall I entered the first grade, we were living in a big white house on the bank above a river 2 miles from town. I couldn't imagine a better place to live. My father's less stressiness life gave me a wonderfully varied background. We always had a big garden, a wheat field, fields and a hay field, and farm animals to look after. I remember standing and watching the hay field on a windy day. I like to see the wind go racing through the bay. It's just like a green fire galloping away. It's a field full of green flames looking at the hill. And then it's just a hay field when the wind is still. On my 8th birthday, a sister was born. I took immediate charge of her because she was, after all, my birthday present.
Now we need another reader. Come
Cameron.
Cameron.
Yes. Come on, Molly. Yes.
I've got to get quiet. All right, go Cameron.
Nancy Bates can lift those weights as well as any feller. If you don't think it's ladylike, then you go up and tell her.
Good job. Good job. Need another reader. Can I get a blue bracelet? I want a blue bracelet.
Joey, go.
Get one, Trey. You go. Come on, guys, we need somebody. All right. Guys, listen, we got a speaker now. Y'all stop.
For a moment, the grass over Sophia moved as if something deep down below stirred in its sleep. With a flash of terror, I remembered what she told me about crawling from her grave 6 months after her death. I backed away, almost tripping on a tree root. 6 months, I thought, 6 months today. Unaware of my distress, James templated me Sophia's headstone. Can we sit here for a while, he asked. I have no mind to draw a picture of my sister's grave. I wanted to say no. I did not like graveyards, especially this one, but he had already sat down and spread his art supplies on the grass.
Good job, Anna.
Hey guys, y'all turn this way just a second. This is Mr. Johnson, Mr. Eric Johnson. He's on the Board of Education for our, he's actually represents our district for Hayhira, and he came speaking to you guys to say, this is encouraged reading.
Yeah, obviously reading support and they invited me, so I wanted to try to see what you guys have done. It's your second year, so he's using Google Hangouts and technology. That's helpful. So anyway, so I'm just here if you have any questions. And have to answer any questions.
I'm so glad he came.
Yeah.
Okay, who's next? All right, go ahead.
My name is Peyton Beckford, and I'm going to be reading a poem by Larry Cohen and Steve Wade. It's called Living Doll. My Betsy Wetsy doll won't wet in bathtub Barbie drown. Drooling Dan has not drooled yet. Burping Bob broke down. Crying Chrissy doesn't cry, and chatting Chet won't chat. But that's okay because my baby brother does all that.
That's a good one. My baby sister.
Oh, yeah.
We got another one, all right.
Yeah, y'all remember me?
Yeah, we remember you.
All right, it's called James. There once was a hamburger whose name was James. What? You didn't know that hamburgers have names?
Well, they do. Some are Norbert and some are named Neil. Some are Larry, some are Lucille. Some just have nicknames, Bunky or Bean.
Others have long names like Rose Margarine.
Well, you, each one is special, and no one's the same. So please, before you bite,
Be polite, ask their names.
Good job.
Alright, guys. For
jury said to a mouse that he met in a house, "Let us both go to law, I will prosecute you. Come, I'll take no denial, we must have the trial, for really this morning I've got nothing to do." Said the mouse to the cur, "Such a trial, dear sir, with no jury or judge would be wasting our breath." "I'll be judge, I'll be jury," said cunning old furry. I'll try the whole cause and condemn you to death."
Okay, who's next?
Go ahead.
I will be reading a part from my book, Ask My Memory and How I Feel. 9 bikinis. I spent the entire month of May waiting for summer, for waking up and when I felt like it and not when the alarm told me to, for wearing cool skirts and no shoes, for spending time with my friends at the park and pool, and for our family vacation. This year a trip to Carlsbad Cairn, a giant cave system in New Mexico, and on to Roswell, where aliens once crash landed. Of course, I knew aliens were a hoax, but I looked forward to Roswell anyway, if only to see how many people could be fooled by such a silly story. So when Mom said she was going to shop for bathing suits, I didn't think twice. Sure, New Mexico was a desert, but every vacation spot had pools, not to mention the Texas coast, which we visit 2 or 3 times a year, and when she bought home 9 bikinis, I thought it was odd. But only for a second, because Mom did funny things, sometimes like making mashed potato chip pancakes or talking in computer books inspired by Star Trek shows. "Come look, Chia," Mom said, waving bikinis on the bed with the care of someone setting the table for Thanksgiving dinner. Their colors were bright like piñatas. One bikini top was striped, another polka dotted, a third checkered. One had tropical flowers and another little palm trees. "They're very pretty," I answered. "Yeah, real pretty," Carmen said. "Are these for vacation, Mom shrugged. "You could say that. I bought one for each day of the week." Carmen's finger pointed at each as she counted. Her math brain always counted things. "But there are 9 bikinis here," she said. "Does that mean we're having a 9-day vacation?" Once again, Mom said, "You could say that." Mom took the bikini bottoms and threw them into the small wicker basket she used as a trash can, then folded the tops and stacked them neatly in her lower dress drawer.
Good job. Okay.
My name is Pamela, and I'll be reading the next few pages of the book that she just read. "What are you doing?" I asked. I could totally understand potato chip pancakes, a computer voice, and buying 9 bikinis, but throwing away something new was beyond me. Before she could answer, my 2-year-old brother walked in. "Gimme, gimme, gimme," he said, grabbing a bikini top. When I tried to take it away, we got in a tug-of-war match. "Let go, Jimmy," I cried. "It's okay," Mom said. "Let him have it. He'll give it back after he's had a good look." She ran her fingers through his hair, but he was too interested in the bikini top to notice. Then she lifted him, hugged him tight, and said, "My baby, my beautiful baby," even though he wasn't a baby anymore. When Jimmy wriggled free, Mom grabbed Carmen and me for a group hug, and she said it again. "My babies, my beautiful babies." "Is everything okay?" Carmen asked. "Of course, I'm just showing a little affection." "But you're acting weird, right, Chia?" "Maybe." "What do you mean by maybe? She is acting weird." Truth was, I did think Mom seemed a bit off, but there were a lot of things I'd rather do than take Carmen's side, like sleep on a block of ice or drink tomato sauce with crushed Oreos.
Good job. Okay, who else?
I don't want to read.
Okay, good. Come on, Alonzo.
No, I don't.
Yes, Tyler.
Yeah. Y'all.
Okay.
I can't read.
Tyler just.
Watch out, guys.
when a president is inaugurated, there's actually a poem that's read. So this poem was written by, what's the name again? Elizabeth Alexander. And it was read for President Barack Obama on inauguration January 20th, 2009. I love the poem. Okay. It's called Praise Song for the Day. Each day we go about our business, walking past each other, catching each other's eyes or not, about to speak or speaking. All about us is noise. All about us is noise and bramble, thorn and din. Each one of our ancestors on our tongues. Someone is stitching up a hymn, darning a hole in a uniform, patching a tire, repairing the things in need of repair. Someone is trying to make music somewhere with a pair of wooden spoons or an oil drum, with cello, boombox, harmonica, voice. A woman and her son wait for the bus. A farmer considers the changing sky. A teacher says, take out your pencils, begin. We encounter each other in words. Words spiny or smooth, whispered or declaimed. Words to consider, reconsider. We cross dirt roads and highways that mark the will of someone. And then others who said, I need to see what's on the other side. I know there's something better down the road. We need to find a place where we are safe. We walk into that which we cannot see. Say it plain, that many have died for this day. Sing the names of the dead who brought us here. Who laid the train tracks, raised the bridges, picked the cotton and the lettuce, built brick by brick the glittering edifices they would then keep clean and work inside of. Praise song for struggle. Praise song for the day. Praise song for every hand-lettered sign. The figuring it out at kitchen tables. Some live by, love thy neighbor as thyself. Others by, first, do no harm, or take no more than you need. What if the mightiest word is love? Love beyond marital, filial, national. Love that casts a widening pool of light. Love with no need to preempt grievance. In today's sharp sparkle, this winter air, anything can be made, any sentence begun. On the brink, on the brim, on the cusp, praise song for walking forward in the light.
Good job. Okay, y'all make away. Mr. Johnson's going to come up here and read for us. All right, dog. I got you.
Clear the way. But first off, I'm going to put him on the spot. Tell him how much we love our iPads and our Chromebooks. Don't we? We love them, right? Well, somebody's about to go. But he's on our Board of Education, and he helped us get our Chromebooks and our iPads. So we have to be so thankful, right? We do love them. Okay. All right.
You guys definitely, like me, I love technology. To me, that's something also you guys are always on your phones and Instagram and all those things. And going forward, technology is just something that, I feel is very important, something that all our schools need to have. So we're working on that daily and trying to get all our schools kind of Wi-Fi enabled. Some of our elementary schools don't have that yet, so we're working on that.
Mm-hmm. We got ours set up, and we're almost ready to go.
Yeah,
so we're excited.
You guys are almost done.
Yeah.
So. Anyway, I just wanted to come here real quick. I was gonna read the prayer of the Citadel. Has anyone ever heard of the Citadel? What is the Citadel?
Military college.
That's right. It's a military college in South Carolina, and that's where I went to school. So after I graduated from Lowndes High School back in 1997, I went to South Carolina. I went to the Citadel. It's a military school in South Carolina. One of the things that they stressed with us as a freshman they call you knobs in this military school, and they shake their head. But they taught us this prayer. It's called the Prayer of the Citadel, and it's what they taught all the men or all the boys that came in there. And it was founded in 1972. A 1972 graduate by the name of Jim Heritage came up with this Prayer of the Citadel. And it's, for the last 30 years, this is every freshman that comes in there has to learn the Prayer of the Citadel. So I was going to read it to you guys so you guys can hear it. It says, give me a boy, O God, who is willing to learn the true value of honor, the necessity of perseverance and loyalty, and the meaningfulness of devotion to God and country. And I shall take this boy, as does a blacksmith take a crude piece of metal, and place him over a forge whose liberating flame of education is fired by the bellows of strict military discipline. And to this ignorant of a man I shall temper self-respect and self-discipline, fear of God and respect for mankind, appreciation of freedom, and awareness of what sacrifices must be made to preserve freedom. And above all, an insatiable desire for truth and honesty. And when all these things I have done, I shall brand my finished work with a ring of gold to let all of humanity know that I have given back to the world a Citadel man. And so when he says a band of gold, he's talking about the Citadel ring. So when you're a freshman, your whole 4 years your goal is to basically graduate and to get this ring. And you don't get this ring till your first semester of your senior year. And this ring is the same ring they've been giving out to Citadel graduates since 1935. The school was founded in 1842, but they standardized the ring in 1935. So if your dad or your granddad was a graduate and say he was a 1942 graduate, the only thing difference on this ring is the numbers. And I graduated 2001. And so it's pretty neat whenever you go back to Charleston and I see these graduates that are second and third generations, their dads and their granddads, and they wear the same ring, and it's worn down, and you could hardly see it, but you could always see those numerals right there, and you know they're a Citadel graduate. So anyway, I thought that was pretty special to me, and I spent my 4 years there, and I enjoyed my 4 years at the Citadel. So anyway, that was it.
Oh, good. Thank you. All right, who's next? You? Great, thanks. I'm crazy.
I've done it, guess what I've done? Invented a light bulb that plugs into the sun. The sun is bright enough, the bulb is strong enough. Oh, but there's only one thing wrong, the cord ain't long enough.
That's a cute one. Is it time to change class? Okay.
6 minutes.
How come there's only one
bluegills by the shore, and when the fireflies dim, I splash silver paint on him, and as he shines more brightly than he did before. Jack Frost, he's just a Parton Morgan fella, touching up the leaves and trees and things. He's the famer mouser than and flies and sings.
Good job. Oh, they're listening to us. That's Sloan's High School. They're going to be reading to us in just a minute. Who's next? Okay, go ahead.
Prayer of the selfish child. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray to the Lord my soul to keep. And if I die before I wake, I pray the Lord my toys to break. So none of the other kids can use them. Amen.
Someone else? Lounge High, y'all tell us when you get ready. Y'all have your microphone muted for right now, though.
I saw them today, I saw them. So many years I have heard them in a song. It's true, they're purple when you see them. They rise like kings. They are mountains. Suddenly I know, I really know what the song is all about.
Who read and hasn't got a bracelet yet?
You're ready?
All right.
Yeah. Are you ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, we're ready.
Speak into the microphone.
Do I like say the title? Do I say the title?
Yes.
Okay. The Glass Castle by Jeanette Wall. Every night when Lori, Brian, and I were about to go to sleep, Dad told us bedtime stories. They were always about him. We'd be tucked in our beds or lying under blankets in the desert. The world was dark except for the orange glow from his cigarette. When he took a long draw, it lit up just enough for us to see his face. Tell us a story about yourself, Dad, we'd beg him. Aw, you don't want to hear another story about me, he'd say. Yes, we do. We do, we'd insist. Well, okay, he'd say. He'd pause and chuckle at some memory. There's a damned foolhardy thing that the old man has done. But this harebrained even for a crazy person like Rex Wall. And then he'd tell us about how when he was in the Air Force and his plane engines conked out, and he made an emergency landing in a cattle pasture and saved himself and his crew. Or about the time he wrestled with a pack of wild dogs that had surrounded a lame Mustang. And then there was this time he fixed a broken sluice gate on the Hoover Dam and saved the lives of thousands of people who would have drowned if the dam had burst. There was also the time he went AWOL in the Air Force to get some beer. And while he was at the bar, he caught a lunatic who was planning to blow up the airbase, which went to show that occasionally it paid to break the rules. Dad was a dramatic storyteller who always started out slow with lots of pauses. Go on, what happened next? We'd ask. Even if we'd already heard the story before, Mom giggled or rolled her eyes when Dad told his stories. And he glared at her. If someone interrupted his storytelling, he got mad, and we had to beg him to continue and promise that no one would interrupt again. Dad always fought harder, flew faster, and gambled smarter than everyone else in his stories. Along the way, he rescued women and children. He rescued women and children, and even men who weren't as strong and clever. To the audience, okay, where was I? Dad taught us secrets of his heroics. He showed us how to straddle a dog and break his neck, and where to hit a man in the throat so you could kill him with one powerful jab. But he assured us that as long as we were around, we wouldn't have to defend ourselves, because by God, anyone who so much as lay a finger on any of Rexwall's children was going to get their butts kicked so hard that they could read Dad's shoes on their ass cheeks.
You're like 10. Okay, let's stop. Say thank you.
When Dad wasn't telling us about all the amazing things he had already done, he was telling us about the wondrous things he was going to do, like build a glass castle. All of Dad's engineering skills and mathematical geniuses were coming together in one special project, the great big house he was going to build for us in the desert. It would have a glass ceiling and thick glass walls and even a glass staircase. The glass staircase would have solar cells on the top that would catch the sun's rays and convert them into electricity for heating and cooling and running all the appliances. It would even have its own water purification system. Dad had worked out the architecture and the floor plans and most of the mathematical calculations. He carried around the blueprints for the glass castle. She said stop? Yeah, a long time ago? Yeah.
Say thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good job. Tell them good job. Reader.
Oh.
Alexia. Oh, okay, we have a reader coming.
Okay.
Wait, Get closer to the mic. Read a little bit louder.
Around the world. If you go into space on a giant rocket, please pack a yo-yo in your spacesuit pocket. All us kids down here on Earth would really like to see an astronaut do yo-yo tricks afloat in zero G.
Okay, y'all go ahead.
Alright, you're on live.
Hello. This is Double Creek Girl. This is Blind Fear. They don't expect much out of girls raised on Double Creek. And so where the pines hang low, ever the road like a tunnel, and the sun doesn't rise until the rest of the world has had its coffee and forgotten the magic of morning already. Up where evening mist breathes over the clean graveyard and gardens with their straight rows. They don't think girls from a place like Double Creek will amount to anything at all. Especially when you were little and they had pictures of girls like you in all the magazines. Life and Look and Time, once a man from National Geographic came and took pictures of them. Girls in dresses their mothers made them and stringy hair. Hollowed, hungry-eyed, sad-eyed, but you defined them, Double Creek Girl. You showed them every time you opened the book and drank it up like spring water each time you read. A poem and close your eyes at the end, savoring it like a good hunk of cornbread. Seeing it like an azure sky, tasting the words like the wet and the bloom of honeysuckle. You showered them when you listened. You showered them when you listened and walked that consentment line and took your degree from the hand of the professor who was secretly one of them. He never thought you could do it, but you did. And see here, our Appalachian, our bone, our in blood. Listen, our Double Creek Girl, you are what happened when we know that God lives in between the pages of the books, at the tips of pencils, and on the sharp edges of the notebook paper. That's something they'll never know. And that was your Majesty, Blind Fury. I wish to see y'all on TV. Good luck to y'all. You know. They're muted.
Hey, we have a reader.
Okay.
Go ahead, right along. Hey, switch back.
Where it has to be. Killing
Hey,
fields.
can you start over? Sorry, we had our microphone muted. We're going to start over. Okay, go ahead.
Jagged heart, souls plead, voices cry, no time to bleed. Whispers linger in the night, death all around, horrible sight. Face to face, you're just like me, sad to think where it has to be. Killing fields, battle sweeps, end is near, your soldiers weep.
They're snapping for y'all. Okay, y'all go ahead. Hey, Lounge High, the Hey Howard Gold Leaf newspaper is here. Y'all tell her hello. Show us your students. Turn your camera around so that Summer can see y'all.
I thought y'all wanted it.
Oh. So that they have groups just like we do. Awesome. All right. Now we're all sick.
Nancy, y'all can see me? You feel pretty good?
No, we want to see you.
Yeah. Good, Michael?
All right, let us see you.
Yeah. Okay, they want to see you guys. Okay.
Will, sit down. All right, it's your turn.
Okay, go ahead.
Talking to the speaker.
This is Appalachian Pride by Ashley G. And it says, listen, you mountain kid, old man or woman. I would call you back to your heritage. Must we too be lost, as America is lost, in the thicket of violent greed? Are we too lost to recognize our broken image? I will point you back to an uncertain time in history. Y'all can't hear me?
Keep going.
When the values of Appalachia gave to South and America, we rooted deep in independence and freedom. At an uncertain time in history, when civil war clouded the darkness, darkened the land, Appalachia held the blazing torch on the freedom force.
Yes. Good job. Okay. All right. We have a reader.
All right, let me mute us.
I did it now or do I wait?
Go ahead. Read loud and quiet. Loudly and
Yeah.
slowly.
Alright, I got it.
Y'all scoot up. Scoot up.
How do I hold this?
Scoot up. Scoot up.
Well, I mean, it's just on equal. What if books at different names?
Wait, Will. Hold on. We're getting another class in. Hold on just a second. Lounge High. Come on up. Come on up. You want to come like this way, or I don't know how, whatever you think. So like so you can get their face.
I wrote down.
All right, hold on. Okay, Lance, how we're ready. Okay, Will, go ahead.
Okay. What if books had different names like Alice in Underland, Curious George, Goodnight Moon? Let's skip to the other page. Did you ever hear the tiny book by the famous Otto the Flea? By Flying by Night, who dared to write his autobiography? Yes.
Go, Will. All right, y'all go ahead.
Hold on.
Buffy chicken. Hey, your mic is muted.
Talk loud.
Do you unmute it? Okay. This is Rosie by Lucille Clifton. When I watch you wrapped up like garbage, sitting surrounded by the smell of 2 old potato peels, or when I watch you in old man shoes with the little toe cut out saying, "When it be mine, like next week's grocery," I say, when I watch you wet brown bag of a woman who used to be the best looking gal in Georgia, used to be called Georgia Rose, I stand up through your destruction, I stand up.
Do you all have another reader? We have one.
Okay, y'all go ahead.
Hold the microphone down.
With glass castle by
Speak up.
Talk twice as loud.
I never believed in Santa Claus. None of us kids did. Mom and Dad refused to let us. They couldn't afford expensive presents and they didn't want us to think we weren't as good as other kids who on Christmas morning found all sorts of fancy toys under the tree that were supposedly left by Santa Claus. So they told us about how other kids were deceived by their parents, how the toys the grown-ups claimed were made by little elves wearing bell caps in their workshops at the North Pole actually had labeled on them saying, "Made in Japan." Not trying to look down on the other children, Mom said, it's not their fault they've been brainwashed into believing silliness. We celebrated Christmas, but usually about a week after December 25th, when you couldn't find perfectly good bows, wrapping paper that people had thrown away, and Christmas trees discarded on the roadside that still had most of their needles and even some silver tinsel hanging on them. Mom and Dad would give us a bag of marbles or a doll or a slingshot that had been marked away down in an after Christmas sale. Dad lost his job at the gypsum mine after getting in an argument with the foreman. When Christmas came that year, he had no money at all. On Christmas Eve, Dad took each of us kids into the desert that night, one by one. I had a blanket wrapped around me, and when it was my turn, I offered to share with Dad, but he said, no thanks. The cold never bothered him. I was 5 that year, and I sat next to Dad, and we looked up at the sky. Dad loved to talk about stars. He explained to us how they rotated the night sky as the Earth turned. He taught us to identify the constellations and how to navigate by the North Star. The shining stars, he liked to point out, were one of the special treats for people like us who lived out in the wilderness. Rich city folks, he'd say, lived in fancy apartments, but their air was so polluted that they couldn't even see the stars. We had to be out of our minds to want to trade places with any of them. Pick out your favorite dark star, Dad said that night. He told me I could have it for keeps. He said it was my Christmas present. You can't give me a star, I said. No one owns a star. That's right, Dad said. No one owns them. You just have to claim it before anyone else does. Like that Dago fellow Columbus claimed America for Queen Isabella. Claiming a star as your own has every bit as much logic to it. I thought about it and realized Dad was right. He was always figuring out things like that. I could have any star I wanted, Dad said, except that Louise and Nigel, because Lori and Brian had already laid claim to them. I looked up at the stars and tried to figure out which one was the best one. I could see hundreds, maybe thousands or millions, twinkling in the clear night sky. The longer you looked, the more your eyes adjusted to the dark. The more stars you'd see, layer after layer of them, gradually becoming visible. There was one in particular in the west, above the mountains, but low in the sky, that shone more brightly than
all the rest. I want one, I said. Dad, I want that one, I said. Dad grinned. That's Venus, he said. Venus was the only planet he went on, and pretty dinky compared to real stars. She looked bigger and brighter because she was much closer than the stars. Poor Venus didn't make her own light, Dad said. She'd shone only from reflected light. He explained to me that the planets grew because reflected light was constant, and stars twinkled because their light pulsed. I like it anyway, I said. I admired Venus even before that Christmas. You couldn't see it in the early evening, glowing in the western horizon. If you got up early, you could see it in the morning after the stars had disappeared. But it's Christmas. You can have a planet if you want and give you Venus.
Yes. Put the microphone up. Put the microphone up.
Okay, y'all go ahead.
All right, I'm going to read a passage from Appalachian Pride by Silas House.
Quit talking to him.
This is an experience I can relate to on many different levels. All my life I have been judged based on where I am from. You cannot see my ethnicity on my skin, but you can hear it. I carry it on my tongue, and I can no more get rid of it than anyone can change their skin color. Once upon a time, I could have, but when I was very young, some of my teachers pulled a bit of ethnic cleansing and tried to rid me of all my schoolmates and our accents. Most of us refused, sensing that we would be losing some important part of ourselves. It was only later that I realized my language was a part of my ethnicity, and only much later that I realized that language was political. One of my favorite authors, Zora Neale Hurston, had to overcome many more discrimination obstacles than I did. She lived in Jim Crow America when a black woman like herself had very few rights at all, and the rights she did were often taken from her. Zora was the first black woman in the world to attempt to become a full-time writer, and she succeeded. She wrote some of the most amazing books in existence, chief among them one of my top 5 favorites, Their Eyes Were Watching God. She had several strikes against her. She was a black woman in a time even more racist than our own. She was a woman in a time when women have far fewer rights. She had no money for most of her life, and certainly not when she was beginning in the world of writing. She was from the rural South, and her speech betrayed that. In her autobiography, Dust Tracks on the Road, Zora talks at length about the racism she faced, but she also writes about the classism she faced, and it was all based on the way she taught. She was particularly affected by those prejudices at a young college student in New York. In her biography of Zora, Wrapped in Rainbows, author Valerie Boyd writes, because of her class and race, some of her classmates laughed at her, thinking it was ridiculous that a black Southern woman should be trying to get a college education. But Zora looked at it this way: I knew getting mad would not help anyway. She once wrote, I had to get my lessons so well that their laughter would soon seem silly. In other words, she was not about to let anyone get her down. Another one of my favorite people to have ever lived was actually a contemporary of Zora's. Her name is Eleanor Roosevelt. In the 7th grade, I encountered a quote from her that changed my life, and I'll mention it in almost every speech like this that I give. No one can make you inferior without your consent. I want you to always remember that and apply it to your life. Thank you.
Do you all have anyone that wants to go? Miss Rollerson, do you all have someone that wants to go?
Yes, we have them coming up.
Okay.
Okay. Flies and worms and snails and frogs, rats and drones and snakes and hogs, spiders crawling up your spine, warm to the Valentine.
Wait, what?
No, not another one. Okay, who's next? Oh, okay.
Did that kid not go?
Yeah, he went.
Okay, go.
I can go.
Say.
I'm reading the book from the Glass Castle.
Okay, yeah, talk louder.
I hate winter, I told Mom. All seasons have something to offer, she said. Cold weather is good for you. It kills the germs. That seemed to be true because none of us kids ever got sick. But even if I'd woken up one morning with a raging fever, I never would have admitted it to Mom. Being sick might have meant staying home in our freezing house instead of spending the day in a toasty classroom. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I think we have one or two more. Do you all have any?
This is so awesome. Y'all go ahead. They're still looking.
Alright, I'm reading,
I will. Wow. Wow.
Alright. Homeless but not hopeless. Chris Gardner, author of the best-selling autobiography, The Pursuit of Happiness, shares his street smarts with green industry professionals. Happiness is purposely spelled Y instead of correctly with an I in the book and movie titles because that's how the daycare center that took in Christopher Jr. spelled its name. In that place, happiness was crucial to Gardner, being able to pursue his dream of becoming a broker while knowing Christopher Jr. was in good hands. Some people who paid the price admission to see The Pursuit of Happiness felt like too much of the movie was a downer. Gardner says they missed the message. The rainbow is definitely worth chasing. Just don't expect to stumble upon several pots of gold along the journey. Many times the rainbow is the journey itself.
Good job, boy.
Alright, are we good?
Do you all have anyone that wants to share before we go?
Yeah, we got one more.
Let me mute. Hold on.
Hold on. Shh. Okay, go ahead.
They said come skating. They said it'd be so nice. They said come skating. I'd done it twice. They said come skating. They sounded nice. I wore roller. Then they met the ice.
Good job. That's a funny one.
Snap.
Okay, do you have another one?
Tell them. We're finished.
Oh, we're done.
All right, thank you. Tell them goodbye, you guys. Goodbye. Will, stop that.
We're like you guys watching. I know none of this.
Kaylee. Tell your first and last name. Okay, here's your picture.
No, all we right.
K-A-I-T-L-Y-N. Last name? And then who's the other one that read? You are.
I read. Yeah, they're like 4 lines. They're 4-line poems.
They're far.
What's your last name, Will? Henry. H-E-N-R-Y.
No one heard me.
Okay, so we have a reader.
They're gone. Okay, great. Thank you.
Excuse me, please.
Okay, guys. Guys, let's get close. All right, listen up.
Okay, The Homework Machine by Shel Silverstein. The homework machine, oh the homework machine, the perfect contraption that's ever been seen. Just put your homework in, then drop in a dime, snap on the switch, and in 10 seconds time, your homework comes out, quick and clean as can be. Here it is, 9 plus 4, and the answer is 3. 3, oh me. I guess it's not as perfect as I thought it would be.
Good job. Snap, snap.
Oh, crap, sorry.
Okay, who's next? Who's next?
No, my junior was really good.
You gonna read? Okay, go ahead. Okay, look and smile. Hands in your laps, look and smile.
Oh, it's gone.
G. Hands in your lap. Hands in your lap. Okay, listen up. Everybody be quiet.
Want me to go ahead and read?
Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
I'm very grateful to my skin for keeping all my insides in. I do so hate to think about
Hey, guys.
what I'll look like inside of all.
Go, Miss Lauren.
I'll read a funny story too. This is a true story. Everything in it actually happened in my school. I am honestly not making this up. Before becoming a full-time writer, I used to teach elementary and junior high school. I taught for 11 years. That's well over 2,000 days inside the classroom. I have to admit those days have blurred in my memory, except for one. The memory of one day is so sharp, it's as if I have a videotape playing in my head. It was the day of the raisin. Our school didn't have a lunchroom or a cafeteria, so the students who stayed for lunch ate in their classroom. As soon as the lunch buzzer rang on the day of the raisin, several of my 8th grade girls shoved some desks together so they could talk to each other while they ate. Watching them was Kevin, the boy who wore the title of class clown with pride. Kevin regarded the clump of girls, and the devilish grin seized his face. I'm going to go over to the girls, he thought, and I'm going to gross them out. He opened his lunch bag and discovered his mom had thrown in a sandwich, a juice box, and one of those tiny packets of raisins. When no one was looking, he removed a single raisin and pushed it up his left nostril. I repeat, I am honestly not making this up. You may think his plan was to walk over to the girls, squeeze his right nostril shut, blow the raisin out of his left nostril, and start laughing. Nope, Kevin was more creative than that. We'd had a math assignment that morning, a worksheet with word problems. Kevin took his copy of the worksheet over to the girls and asked for their help in solving the questions. His plan was to wait a few minutes until the girls were halfway through their sandwiches, stop discussing the math assignment, twitch his nose, and say, "Hey, my nose feels weird. It's never felt like this before. I wonder. Would you excuse me for a moment while I check out my nose?" Then he planned to put his finger up his left nostril, pick his nose ever so slowly, pull the raisin out, wave it in front of the girls, and proudly proclaim, "Hey, check out the size of this sucker." Of course, the girls would be utterly and completely grossed out. Unfortunately, the plan didn't work out as planned. What went wrong? Well, when I was talking to the doctor after school, she told me raisins are dried up grapes, and the inside of your nose is a fairly moist place. The doc reasoned that since Kevin had the raisin in his nose for several minutes, it may have softened up a little. Maybe, but I think what really went wrong was the raisin was just too big in the first place. You see, when Kevin got to the "my nose feels weird" part of his plan and inserted his finger into his nostril, he discovered there was no room to get his finger beside the raisin to flick it out. In his effort to get the raisin, he shoved it further and further into his nose. Of course, Kevin succeeded in grossing out those poor girls. They didn't have a clue what he was doing. Can you imagine eating your lunch and suddenly there's someone standing over you with a finger shoved way up his nose, digging around for something? We'd all be grossed out. We later found out from Kevin, at this point, he went to the boys' bathroom and tried to blow the raisin out. No luck. The doctor explained to me why he couldn't remove it from his nose, and although I'm tempted to give you the gory details, I think I better just say it was stuck. Stuck real good. So now Kevin was faced with a dilemma. He's in the 8th grade, not kindergarten. He's 13 years old, not 3 years old. What should he do? Tell his friends, "Hey guys, you'll never guess what just happened in my nose." No, bad move. Go to the office? "Excuse me, sir, I have a slight problem inside my nose." Nope, certainly not. Phone home? "Hey mom, you remember those raisins you put in my lunch? One of them got stuck in my nose. Weird, huh?" Not a chance. Tell his homeroom teacher? "Yo, Mr. Godfrey, you never guess what's in my nose." Nix to that idea too. So Kevin did absolutely nothing. He spent the next 30 minutes of lunch with a raisin stuck up his nose. Think about that. It definitely wasn't a pleasant experience. We were 15 minutes into language arts class before I noticed something was wrong with Kevin. He still hadn't told anyone his problem, but I knew he was in trouble. Kevin was sitting in his desk, the front seat of the outside row, with his hand resting on the left side of his face, and more unusual, he was breathing through his mouth. "Kevin," I said, "what's up? Do you have a headache?" He shook his head sheepishly. "No." "Do you have something in your eye, I wonder?" Another gentle shake of his head. "No." Now my curiosity was fired. "Kevin, what the heck are you doing?" He beckoned me with his right hand. I walked over to his desk, bent over because Kevin was whispering, and heard the strangest sentence of my teaching career. "Mr. Godfrey, I have a raisin in my nose." I stared at him in shocked silence. Had I heard correctly? Kevin whispered because he didn't want anyone else in the class to hear what he was saying. He wanted only me to know. Unfortunately, Shannon, the girl who sat next to him, heard the whisper or read his lips. She glanced at me and in a loud, surprised voice exclaimed, "He says he's got a raisin in his nose." My 8th grade class immediately woke up. If a 13-year-old boy told you he had a raisin in his nose, your first reaction would probably be, "Right, tell me another." That was my reaction. I didn't believe Kevin. I thought he was joking. "What do you mean?" I puzzled. "You have a raisin in your nose. How did you get a raisin in your nose?" "I put it in there," he answered. "You put it in there?" I mumbled in disbelief. "Kevin, why would you put a raisin up your nose?" Before Kevin had time to answer, one of the boys at the back of the class yelled, "He's saving it for later." Of course, that broke the class up. Kevin got a little weepy. I could tell it was taking everything he had to hold back the tears. So I took him to the office and knocked on the principal's door. I wish I had a camera. The scene in the office would have won the Photo of the Year award. There was Kevin sitting in a chair explaining the facts of his misadventure to the principal, Mr. Nightingale. I'm sure every principal in the country has heard a truckload of unusual stories from their students, but I could tell by the amazement etched into his face this was the weirdest tale Mr. Nightingale had ever encountered. All the principal could mutter was, "No kidding, no kidding." When Kevin finished, this is the point when I wanted a camera. This was the Kodak moment. The principal said, "Let me see." Mr. Nightingale actually peered up Kevin's nose. I couldn't help but laugh. We took Kevin to the local clinic where the doctor removed the raisin with an instrument Kevin described as a long, skinny, hooked pair of tweezers. As soon as the raisin was out, Kevin asked the doc, "Is it okay if I keep the raisin?" I repeat for a second time, I am honestly not making this up. Well, the silly doctor dropped the raisin into a plastic pill vial and handed it to Kevin, which he brought back to school. When Kevin walked into the classroom, there was an immediate buzz from everyone. I hadn't told my students the particulars of Kevin's misfortune. We all know junior highs can be merciless with their teasing, and I wanted to protect Kevin. I didn't have to be concerned. Kevin stood proudly at the front of the classroom, pulled the pill vial from his pocket, and held it above his head. A half hour ago, he proclaimed, this baby was stuck in my nose. Wow, several students yelled. Awesome, a few others called out. Someone said, cool. Gross me out, Shannon complained. You can see why I have such a good memory of that day. It is something I'll never forget. For the rest of the year, Kevin was definitely a celebrity in my school. People started calling him the Raisin Man, a nickname Kevin enjoyed. Several weeks later, Kevin's home-ec assignment was to bake cookies. He made raisin cookies. When he offered one to me, I took it and said, I'll eat it later. I confess that I never did eat that cookie. I just couldn't. I mean, you never know where those raisins have been.
And with that, my class needs to go. Hey, knotheads, if y'all mess up my microphone, we're going to have problems. Eli, I thought we already had an understanding.
Check your video camera, Miss Martin.
Oh, are y'all looking at the sky? We're changing classes right now, but if y'all want to go ahead, you can. There'll be another group in just a minute.
Okay, we have two classes with us right now. We have Miss Cartret's journalism class and Miss Cowart's ELL class.
Okay, sounds good. I'll mute my microphone because we'll have another class coming in just a second. But y'all feel free to go ahead if y'all want.
All right, thank you.
Your mic is muted as well.
Okay, now go ahead.
Poison in the deep. Stillness engulfed the vast chambers of an underground cave where there was no light, only the emptiness of the all-devouring void. The stench of death plagued the cavern, eliminating any sense of hope one might have if encountering this dejected place. Though it suddenly became apparent there was life in the everlasting night of the room, when something of astronomical size shifted, causing the metallic ring of sliding treasure to reverberate through the halls. For the moments after, it seemed silence would fall over the area once more, except the sound came again, and again, as the creature lurking within slowly awakened from its primordial slumber. Rejuvenated by its long-lapsed activity, the creature migrated through the maze of cavernous corridors. With each step, the monumental horror slowly came closer to revealing itself in the light of the day above. Boulders were crushed under every footfall, expressing the unfathomable size of the monstrosity as it departed from the darkness of the cave. The dull light of dawn struck the creature, revealing its long reptilian body that was littered with large scales that shined blood red. The creature was a dragon, a phenomenal power rumored to have been slain, though it clearly had not. He stood, marveling at his own power when he suddenly caught the stench of the creatures he hated above all, humans. The air was ravaged by the sound of splintering wood as Salamandus, the searing wind, tore through the woodland of the ancients, in search of the intruders that had penetrated the boundaries of his land. Furious at the thought of petty creatures such as humans believing they could defy him, he roared, causing the very core of the world to tremble under his ferocious power. Opening his great wings, he ascended into the sky, sending terror into the hearts of all who saw him. Gazing over the land, he allowed his keen eyes to fixate on the cause of his agitation. He watched with cruel amusement as the people of an upstart town scattered frantically in an attempt to prepare themselves for the brutal massacre that would inevitably encompass them. He descended down upon them with a viciousness without equal, cackling in sheer excitement at the bloodshed that would soon be at hand. The whistle of his wings drowned out the helpless screams of the people who would soon be wiped from existence. The buildings shifted from their foundations as the colossal behemoth touched down in the streets, defacing all in its path, as his massive talons swiped at the puny warriors brave enough to challenge him, mutilating them beyond recognition. All the while, arrows tailed over him in a steady barrage, lacking any effect. He brushed them aside and turned to the last of the guards, letting forth a blast of fiery breath that turned their inferior bodies to little more than insignificant piles of ash. With ease, he incinerated what was left of the pathetic town within minutes of his arrival in the cataclysmic fires of his wrath. Moments after the terror he had brought upon the town ended, he glanced to the horizon and heard the sound of his next form of entertainment. Grinding his teeth together in an intimidating snarl, he began to make an advance through the horde of creatures who hunted his reptilian kind. More organized than the town guards, the troops of the brigade began getting into adequate formation to fight a fiend such as him. Salamandus, eager to see the death of his enemies, charged forth with terrifying speed, severing dozens in half with a single swipe. A flash of light signaled the release of a powerful lightning bolt from the hands of a cloaked figure towards the back of the army. The streak of light struck Salamandus in the side, searing his scaly flesh and filling the air with a noxious odor. He faltered under the intense pain in his side and was caught by a second blast, causing him to cry out in agony. Unguided, he began to let forth his torrent of fiery death, scorching the earth and leaving nothing but smoke in the place of the people caught in its range. In a blind rage, Salamandus tore through the weakened defenses of his adversaries, shredding the cloaked figure with his bloody fangs. Mortified by the sudden death of all their comrades, the few soldiers still alive wondered if their lives were worth giving away as well. Deciding they desired to live, they fled towards the thick forest of which they hid themselves earlier, hoping to find security among the winding branches and thick trunks. Glancing about, he studied the corpse-littered ground, admiring his unmatched power arrogantly once again. Satisfied with the example he had made of the poor people, he fled the blood-bathed battleground to the nearby mountains, on which he landed upon to recall the slaughters he so heavily enjoyed. He once again felt his power seeping over the land, and the undeniable authority he possessed over it as well. The uncommon smile rested upon the cold dragon's lips, eluding the cruelty hiding behind them. For hours, he was caught in the trance of a madman, overwhelmed with power. Though he knew when the suns were burning bright in the sky, he would be forced to remove himself from the mountaintop and return back into the mouth of the overbearing dark below. In several hours, he did. And after several hours, he did. As quickly as he appeared upon the scorched land, he vanished, leaving behind the terror of the world. Like Paul's once again, he stepped upon the scratched before once again. The magic aura, released by the immeasurable sea of gold, told him he had safely returned to the hopeless dark he called home. Lying amongst the treasure, he closed his fearsome red eyes, falling helplessly into the pleasant dreams of his youthful acts of murder and dictation. Stillness came over the chamber one last time that wouldn't be disturbed for the decades to come until the next time he induced terror upon the world.
Good job. Thank you. All right, looks like we have Mr. Green joining us today, too. Hayhire Middle School is in the middle of a class change, so they'll be back with us in just a few minutes. And we have Ms. Cartret's journalism class and Ms. Cowart's ELL class joining us today.
Hey, good afternoon to everyone. Thanks for the invitation.
You must be outside, Mr. Green.
Yes, I am. Actually, I had a meeting over in Brooks County, so I am not in Valdosta. I'm joining you all through Google Hangouts. So I will only be able to participate for a few minutes, but I do appreciate the invitation.
Hi, well, we are glad to have you. So here is one of our first ELL students.
And then we have a reader as well, too.
Good afternoon. My name is Justine.
Real loud, close to the mic.
Good afternoon. My name is Justine Dominguez. I will share the poem I Hear America Singing, written by Walt Whitman. I hear America singing, the very carols I hear, those of mechanics,
each one singing his as it should be, lithe and strong. The carpenter singing his as he measures his plane or beam. The mason singing his as he makes ready for work or leaves on board. The boatman singing what he belongs to him in his boat. The deckhand singing on the steamboat deck. The shoemaker singing as he sits on his bench. The hatter singing as he stands. The woodcutter song. The plowboys on his way in the morning, or at the noon intermission, or at the sundown. The delicious singing of the mother, or the young wife at work, or of the girl swinger washing, each singing what belongs to her and to no one else. The day what belongs to the dead. At night, the party of the young fellows were both friendly, singing with open mouths their strong, melodious songs.
Good job. Good job. Mr. Green, are you going to read?
No, ma'am, I do not have a selection to read today, so I do apologize.
Okay, no problem. This is one of our Hey Har Middle readers. Go ahead, read loudly.
Washington, D.C.
Wait, hold on.
Washington, D.C. On the east bank of Potomac lies Washington, D.C., the capital of our nation, which stands for liberty. It's here our U.S. presidents are sworn into command, where the curtly U.S. Capitol and the stately White House stands. Sweet cherry blossoms spice the air of city blocks and patterned squares, and grassy knolls and splendid parks claim rare museums and grand landmarks, where patriotic monuments stand hunting in the night, where King proclaimed, "I have a dream," and Kennedy's flames burns bright. It's here in a place called Arlington, where stars and stripes do fly, where silent snow-white tumblestones march in rows where heroes lie. The tomb of the unknown soldier, the changing of the guard, the gardens and the galleries, the tree-lined boulevards. From around the world they come to touch with tears and hushed acclaim. The sleek and scared granite wall engraved with soldiers' names. On the east bank of Potomac lies Washington, D.C., the capital of our nation, which stands for liberty.
Good job. Great poem about our country. Okay, lounge time.
All right, here we go.
Good afternoon, my name is Sandra.
Real loud. Get
Get
closer to the mic.
Now we share the poem, I do not love you except because I love you, written by Pablo Neruda. I do not love you except because I love you. I go from loving you to not loving you. From waiting to not waiting for you. My heart makes me full to fire. I love you because it's you, the one I love. I hate you deeply and hate you. Down to you, I measure my changing will for you. Changing for love you is that I do not see, but love you kindly. Maybe generate your life will consume my heart with its cool ray, stilling my feet to cool calm. In this part of the story, I am the one who dies. The only one, and I will die for you. Die of love because I love you, because I love you. Love, fire, and cold.
Very good, very good. All right, go ahead. Quickly. Okay, now we have one of our journalism students who will be reading.
I will be reading a poem that I wrote.
Very good.
Hannah Schultz. As the rain falls down and the clock hands turn, we stand in the window and watch the sky burn. 3 years pass and it's still the same, with ashes of men in a picture frame. The ground splits open and fish swim free. The crows take turns in the cherry tree. The clouds all crumble and turn to dust. The mountains fall down and start to rust. No one knows when it started to flood, but the streets all drowned, overrun with blood. It took 4 tries to break the pain, but soon I was standing out in the rain. And you weren't there because you'd stayed back, with your hands held loose and your heart all slack.
Very good. Very good.
Dude, I already have a picture of my phone.
Miss Cowart says we have one more of her students to show off. Here he is.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good afternoon, guys. My name is Obey Abayash. I am from Jordan, and my first language is Arabic. I will share the poem Life is Spread by Brother Joyce.
Real loud.
Life is an opportunity, benefit from it. Life is a beauty, admire it. Life is a dream, realize it. Life is a challenge, free it. Life is a duty, complete it. Life is a game, play it. Life is a promise, fulfill it. Life is a sorrow, overcome it. Life is a song, sing it. Life is a struggle, accept it. Life is a treasure, confer it. Life is an adventure, bear it. Life is love, make it. Life is too precious, do not destroy it. Life is life, fight for it.
Very good, Obey. I actually have that poem on my wall in my house. Hey, Miss Rollerson or Miss Martin, sorry. Do you have anybody else right now?
We're kind of in and out right now because it's lunch. And so we have a group that they came in for a minute and then they left again. So y'all can go ahead if you want to.
Okay. We will carry on. This is one of the journalism students.
Okay. I am Leah Thomas, and I wrote a personal narrative essay, and it's called Less Code, No Dress Code. Okay. The way to prove society views females as inferior to men by writing up a code, by writing up a girl who wears a tank top and setting her in school suspension, but not saying jack squat about a guy sagging his pants and exposing the dark lines on his underwear. Don't you just love how the school administration views girls' shoulders as sexual in nature? Don't you just love girls can't show off their legs, but we're treated to the sight of guys' hairy legs that give Bigfoot or Russell's money into terms of grossness? Don't you just love that you can get sent to the office for a tight shirt? Oh, and I really just love being treated like the equivalent of a prostitute every time I violate a code that shouldn't exist in the first place. So as you can already tell, I'm not a big fan of dress codes. It's quite a hypocritical and sexist route to take, not to mention nonsensical. In my general educational experience, I've had hats snatched, jackets placed on my shoulders, dirty looks every time I wear a tank top, and experienced all sorts of slut shaming. Dress codes in general have many problems and should be abolished altogether. It's quite funny how hypocrisy and sexism goes hand in hand, and it's also no secret that dress codes are usually geared towards females. Here's some excerpts from my school's dress code in the year of 2013 through 2014. One note says it leaves both breast areas. Female neckline should be modest, no lower than 2 inches below the sternum or the breastbone. And the ever so infamous, the entire shoulder must be covered. Tank tops, spaghetti straps, tube tops, and halter tops. Now, in my personal experience, the shoulder rule is especially hypocritical. I remember one particular day back in 7th grade. A very hot day in August it was. School was in session for about 2 weeks. Since I live in Georgia, the heat wave was especially brutal. My mother decided to buy me a new teal tank top, not quite covering my entire shoulder. The neckline stopped right under my collarbone. So even with the air conditioning blasting all throughout the middle school halls, sweat drenched my entire body. I'll never forget walking to my 3rd period class, sitting down and taking my notes out from the previous day. Suddenly, my teacher grew red and hot in the face. At first, I assumed she was just scorched by the merciless sun like the rest of us, but she was angry at my tank top. She then started yelling at me about how I was violating the dress code and distracting the entire class. So I just stared at her, confused and helpless. Then she demanded I go to the office and call home. I did go to the administration office and I did call home. One of the administrators, a male, you will know, gave me a look full of pity. It literally asked me these questions. Is there something wrong? Why do you feel the need to dress like this? For boys? Have you got self-respect? Keep in mind, I was only 12 years old when this occurred, so boys were my last concern. I dialed home, and my mother told everyone that she brought it for me and that she was okay with me wearing it. Then the exact same male administrator said, I knew it was a problem at home. Poor girl. Since my mother couldn't make it, they simply handed me a jacket of the lost and found. And it only caused me to be hotter and sweatier. When I returned to my classroom, I felt really saddened and ashamed. My entire class stared me down the rest of the period. My teacher kept a particularly nasty eye on me. So by the time the bell rang, I collected my things and noticed a boy in the corner wearing a gray tank top, out and about. So the whole fiasco made me question many things. Like, how did I get in trouble and he didn't? What made my body so wrong, but it made it all right for him? So those thoughts never left me. Years later, while being a freshman in school, I decided to write a paper about this. I went about doing research for it, and I discovered that, in my school anyway, for every 10 girls that are written up for dress code violation, only 1 boy is. I was prepared to write my paper for it, and then I was specifically told that this was not the best idea. So writing a negative article about the double standards dress codes evoke wouldn't show support for the school. So to me, that was basically the administration's way of saying this. The dress code is wrong and sexist. We know it's wrong and sexist, but we'll enforce it anyway. Way to add attention to the pile of hypocrisy. So, my experiences and some of my friends' experiences with it over the years really made me think deeply about certain issues. I mean, what makes the female body that much more explicit and distraction to the learning environment than a male's? I mean, we both have a chest. Girls just have more fat stored in them. Why are girls constantly considered to have no self-respect whenever their bodies are shown? I mean, these dress codes really grounded the stigma that girls should be ashamed of their bodies because someone just so happens to be looking at it. Call back to my 7th grade experience. No one said anything about my tank top. No one was distracted. It wasn't until my teacher got angry with me and caused a scene when this became a big deal. So whenever someone gets called out for a short skirt or a tight shirt or even leggings, it makes me wonder why there's such a negative reaction to against girls showing off their bodies. With dress code, that way of thinking is drilled and becomes ingrained in our lives from the time we're young as our attention. Since when have females become nothing more than sexual objects for viewing pleasure? That's what these codes imply, that we're just a walking show. And also, when did it solely become about females? If schools want 0 distractions, why not focus on males who wear tanks and shorts? If the average female student really thinks hard enough, this way of thinking really tells them that just because they're female, they're automatically seen as less than males in that regard. They're nothing more than a piece of meat. It teaches them that something's wrong with them if they're not properly covered. And it's okay to treat other females like they're less than by slut-shaming them. Another insinuation of the dress code is that whenever a girl's body parts have so much emphasis placed on them, it signals to her that her body should be a really high priority in her life. And it could lead to self-objectification, so they will see themselves as sexual objects. And if they see themselves that way, then why should anyone else see them any differently? Such constant highlighting of their bodies and saying it's not okay to be seen by anyone could also lead to low self-esteem and eating disorders. Another thing too, with administrators saying that their choice of clothing could distract male students and promote their bad behavior, it could perpetuate victim blaming and promote misogynistic thinking. If a guy assaults a girl, let's just say, he could say that her halter top tempted him to do it by the school's definition. If she had covered up, it would have never happened, so it's her fault. This is why I have such a huge problem with dress codes. It is still some very unfortunate implications that can go beyond school. So what can be done to fix them? Well, the most effective way would be to make them equal. Treat the guys how you would treat the girls. If you punish one, punish all. Unless the item you want to ban is an actual distraction, like a really loud cell phone, don't confiscate it. People won't react to something if you don't make it a big deal. Now, if all that seems too difficult, just eradicate it altogether. It's a really sad day when you realize that from the time girls are 7 in the 1st grade, they're being subliminally taught that they should be concealed from head to toe, just because society believes men can't control themselves around women. Instead of creating an incredulous dress code to prevent distraction and disruption to your learning environment, why don't we just teach children how to behave in school?
Amen. You got a thumbs up.
All right, and now we have another one of Ms. Coward's students. Real close to the microphone.
My name is Ahmed. I'm from Mexico. I have been learning English for 2 years. I was ready for nothing can stay. Waiting by roller cross. Nothing can stay. Nature first brings go. The hardest how to go. But every day takes lower, but only so an hour. The leaf too fast to read, so even time to read. The down goes down today, nothing can stay.
Good job, Mary Carmen.
Good job. We have a reader.
All righty, back to you.
Ticklish Tom. Did you hear about Ticklish Tom? He got tickled by his mom. Wiggled and giggled and fell on the floor, laughed and rolled right out the door, all the way to school, and then he got tickled by his friends, laughed until he fell off his stool, laughed and rolled right out the school, down on the stairs, and finally stopped till he got tickled by a cop, and all the more that he kept giggling, all the more the folks kept tickling. He shrieked and screamed and rolled around, laughed his way right out of town, through the country, down the road. He got tickled by a toad, past the mountains, across the plain, tickled by a falling rain, tickled by a soft on grass, tickled by a cloud that passed, giggling, rolling on his back. He rolled on the railroad track, rumbling, tumbling, whistle, roar. Tom ain't ticklish anymore.
Good job. We have one more quick reader.
Front porch. People who live in cities never know. The creak of hickory rockers and the hum of talk about what happened years ago. Just sitting on the sunny side of some old house can bring us closer to events. Then counting seconds, though the world says not. If looking backward doesn't make good sense, tomorrow then may be as well forgot. Those who planned farmsteads hereabouts took time enough to square a beam and see it placed. A man of 60 wasn't past his prime, and nothing worth a penny went to waste. We can remember many things with pride who built front porches neighborly and wide.
Good job. I love front porches.
Wow. Mr. Green, we appreciate you joining us, and I know you probably can't spend your whole lunchtime with us, but just know we appreciate it, and you bow out whenever you need to.
It is my pleasure. Thanks for the invitation, and I promise next year I will be prepared, and I will have something that I will be able to read to the students as well.
Sounds good. Hey, you tell Miss Henley, shame on her for not coming in during lunchtime.
I will deliver that message. Y'all take care.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Ileana Aviles. I will share a poem on Thursday written by Edna St. Vincent Millay. Thursday. And if I love you Wednesday, well, what is that to you? I do not love you Thursday. So much is true. And why you come complaining is more than I can see. I love you Wednesday, yes, but what is that to me?
Very good.
Inside and out. Feels like a trap to me, more like a jail. A very depressing room, our silence seems to fail. Feels like a different world to me, a beautiful, peaceful place. The most relaxing feeling now, smiles on each and every face. So close to freedom, no more being trapped. I miss the scent of refreshing outside air, but instead I'm a part of a blank census map. I'm finally out of the dark, I'm stuck blinded now. I cherish every living moment, happiness, yes, I'll take that back. My desk isn't a desk, it's a weight glued to me. This classroom isn't what I remember, there's no lock, no room for a key. The leaves start to fall, and the wind so sweet. The world stops for a moment, sparkly green grass underneath my feet. If only they kept their mouths shut, the laughter fills the breeze.
We'd probably be outdoors with the sun kissing our skin. It doesn't seem. We don't have to be indoors. The gates are locked up tight. The air feels oh so good. The stars sparkle in the night. This room a dull box. The sky is clear and ocean blue. The paint not so bright. What more do I have to do? The flower petals are so vibrant, so bright. The wall paint is so dull and gray. A view to cherish a long-lasting moment. Something worth doing every single day. My prison mates can't seem to quiet. My friends and I are finally out. Silence doesn't fill the air. Yelling and arguing, others seem to shout. I'm in my world, in my life finally now. I'm staying out of the old, cold dark. I'm free at last, free to sing, making a change and making my mark.
Nice job. How many more, Miss Cartwright, do you have?
One.
Just one? Okay, do you want to go ahead? Since y'all have lunch next. Tilt the microphone up. There you go.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie Hagan, and I'll be reading a poem that I wrote myself. It's called The Lonely Man. The man sitting on the side of the road is someone who feels like he may explode. All we see him as is a scum. We don't know where he's really from. He begs and hopes that someone sees his plea as he watches each car pass on his knee. He makes eye contact with a woman in a shiny car. All she sees is a hobo and a guitar. What that woman doesn't know is that all she wants is a friendly hello.
Do you guys have anybody else? Go ahead.
Have another reader here. We have another reader that wants to go. Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
A microphone's muted.
Go ahead. Yes.
Your nose is running. Your nose is running, Mother said. I answered, wow, that's really neat. Why is that? She asked. I said, because I never knew my nose was big.
Good job. Now go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Muhammad Ayash. I'm from Georgia. I will share this from Master Ahmed from the book Aloud from the Article. Master Ahmed a ghost, but he did not want my help. He only wanted to know the way to remember. A devil, but he did not want myself. He only wanted to borrow my back a wall. A devil, but he did not want my blood. He only wanted to know it was God. I could hear all the right people at also one time.
Sorry for that distraction. We had a class leaving when the bell rang to lunch.
You want to do it again?
Okay, he wants to do it again. Here we go.
This is too much. Lindsay, tell Lindsay this is huge.
Miss Martin, Miss Cowart says this is huge.
I'm so excited. He did great.
I want you to slow it down.
Okay, and he wants to do it again because we had kind of some distractions in here when the bell rang, so he wants to do it again.
No problem.
Good afternoon. My name is Muhammad Abayas. I'm from Georgia. I will share this from Master Ahmed from the book Aloud in the Article. Master Ahmed a ghost, but he did not want my help. He only want to know the way to Denver. A devil, but he did not want myself. He only wanted to borrow my back alone. A devil, but he did not want my blood. He only wanted to never for a dime. I could get all the right people at all the same one time, Mother.
Miss Cowart wants to tell you something.
Hey, Lindsay.
Hey.
This rotten rascal, and let me tell you he's rotten, learned the meanings of the words nickel, dime, blood.
No, just nickel and dime.
Oh, just nickel and dime, he said. He knew all the other words.
That's awesome.
Yes. Yes, very good.
Okay.
So proud. We have a reader.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
If we were a rock and roll band, we'd travel all over the land. We'd play and sing and wear spangly things. If we were a rock and roll band. If we were a rock and roll band and we were up there on the stand, the people would hear us and love us and cheer us. Hooray for that rock and roll band. If we were a rock and roll band, then we'd have millions of fans. We'd giggle and laugh and sign autographs if we were a rock and roll band. If we were a rock and roll band, the people would kiss our hands. We'd be millionaires and have extra long hair if we were a rock and roll band. But we ain't no rock and roll band. We're just 7 kids in the stand with homemade guitars and pail jars and drums of potato chip cans. Just 7 kids in the sand talking and waving our hands and dreaming and thinking, oh, wouldn't it be grand if we were a rock and roll band?
Good job. Good job.
All righty, here we go. Real loud.
Good morning. My name is Melania.
To the mic.
Good morning. My name is Melania, and I will show you the limit of Spanish 5.1. The limit of Spanish isn't good.
There you go.
My Spanish isn't good enough. I remember how to smile, listening to my little ones, understanding every word they say. Their jokes, their songs, their thoughts. Vamos a pedirle dulces a mamá, vamos. But that was in Mexico. Now my children go to American high school. They speak English. At night, they sit around the kitchen table, laugh with one another. I stand at the stove and fill them alone. I bought a book to learn English. My husband found drink more beer. My oldest said, Mama, he doesn't want you to. He's smarter than he is. I'm 40. Embarrassed that mispronouncing words. Embarrassed that laughters of my children. The grocery is a moment. Sometimes I take my English book and lock myself in the bathroom. Say the thick words softly, or if I stop trying, I will be dead. And my children see me.
Very good. Do you have anybody else, Miss Martin?
We're getting a class in right now, so if y'all want to go ahead, you can.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jasmine. Loud, Jasmine.
Good afternoon. My name is Jasmine Rose. I will share the poem, A Time to Talk, written by Robert Frost. A Time to Talk by Robert Frost. When a friend calls to me from the road and slows his horse to a meeting walk, I'll stand still and look around on all the hills I haven't flown, and shout from where I am, what is it? No, not I said, it's a time to talk. I thrust my hoe in the hollow ground, blade and dogs and fluffy toe. And blood, I go up to the stone wall for a friendly visit.
Good job. Very nice. Very nice. All right, that's all for us, Miss Martin.
Do you guys want to watch this class for a little bit, or do you want to go back to class? You want to stay here and watch? Okay. Sure, you could visit my sister.
All right, now go ahead. Speak loud.
Put something in.
Alright. Draw a crazy picture, write a nutty poem, sing a mumble jumble song. Whistle through your comb, do a loony goony dance, cross the kitchen floor, put something silly in the world that ain't been there before.
Hey,
Chandler, did you tell me which one you want to touch the book up of this?
I can touch his legs more. I mean, Chris.
Go ahead.
Tell me who can catch a toucan. Blue can. Just so few can ride the toucan. Toucan. What kind of goo can stick you to the toucan? Blue can. Who can write about some more about the toucan? You can.
Wait.
All right, y'all listen.
If I go to
Go ahead.
Okay, God says to me with a kind of a smile, hey, how would you like to be God for a while and steer the world? Okay, says I'll give it a try. Where do I sit? How much do I get? What time is lunch? When can I quit? Give me back that wheel, says God. I don't think you're quite ready. Yet.
Well, I'm not really this all
Okay,
day.
Come on, Adam, you got this.
Wait, where does this start?
Just do it 8 hours.
Does this start here, the fourth?
Yes, Bryce's mine.
Go ahead.
Chris, this is for you.
Keep going. Sit up, Alonzo.
Pickle me, tickle me too. That's the title. Pickle me, tickle me too. Went for a ride in a flying shoe. Hooray, what fun, it's time we flew. Said ickle me, tickle me too. Ickle was a captain and Pickle was a crew, and Tickle served us coffee and mulligan stew. As higher and higher and higher they flew, ickle me, tickle me too. Ickle me, tickle me too, over the sun and beyond the blue. Hold on, stay in, I hope we do. Cried ickle me, tickle me too. Ickle me, tickle me too. Never returned to the world they knew. And nobody knows what's happened to them. Dear ickle me, tickle me too.
Can I go?
I had.
I don't know how long this took me.
That's me on the camera. That was a great
Shell Silverstein, that's a good, he's good. I got one out here in my pocket.
Let's see, where's the
Shell Silverstein. Okay, I got one here somewhere. I've never read this one. This is a poem by Shel Silverstein, which you just read, a Shel Silverstein. Tickle me.
Ickle me, tickle me.
I can't say that, I'm sorry. But here's what's neat. You can write a poem, and then when someone comes along and puts music to it, and it's a song. So this poem, written by Shel Silverstein, recorded by Johnny Cash.
Oh, I know who.
And I'm not going to sing it. I got to learn the tune to it. Maybe I will someday. It's called 5 Minutes to Go. Well, they're building a gallows outside my cell. I've got 25 minutes to go, and the whole town's waiting just to hear me yell. I got 24 minutes to go. Well, they gave me some beans for my last meal. I got 23 minutes to go, but nobody asked me how I feel. I got 22 minutes to go. Well, I sent for the governor and the whole darn bunch with 21 minutes to go. And I called up the mayor, but he's out to lunch. I got 20 more minutes to go. Then the sheriff said, boy, I'm going to watch you die with 19 minutes to go. So I laughed in his face and I spit in his eye with 18 minutes to go. Now here comes the preacher for to save my soul with 13 minutes to go. And he's talking about burning, but I'm so cold, I got 12 more minutes to go. Now they're testing the trap and it chills my spine with 11 more minutes to go. And the trap and the rope, oh, they work just fine. Got 10 more minutes to go. When I'm waiting for the pardon that'll set me free with 9 more minutes to go. But this ain't the movies, so forget about me. I got 8 more minutes to go. With my feet on the trap and my head in the noose, 5 more minutes to go. Won't somebody come and cut me loose? Got 4 more minutes to go. I can see the mountains, I can see the sky, 3 more minutes to go, and it's too darn pretty for a man to want to die. I got 2 more minutes to go. I can see the buzzards, I can hear the crows. 1 more minute to go, and now I'm swinging, and here I go.
Wait, did he die from the noose?
Yeah.
I got another one. It's about a farm.
That's a silver spoon.
Farmer in the field.
It's usually
Go.
Hey, just make it really short. Just skip like 6 pages.
How are you gonna hold your book and hold the mic?
Mr. Bird was happy. He was so happy he had to sing. This was Mr. Bird's song. I love my house, I love my nest, and all the world my nest is the best. Then Mrs. Bird came out of the house. It's not the best nest, she said. Went to pick the next house. And and here it is, right here. They went right to work. They needed many things to build their nest. First, they got some hay. They got some soda straws and broom straws. They got some sweater string. They got some stocking string and mattress stuffing. They got some horsehair. They got some man hair.
Adam, hold that book still.
Soon they had all the hay, all the straw, all the string, all the stuffing, all the horsehair, and all the man hair they could carry. They took it all back to build their nest.
Boys in the front.
Mr. and Mrs. Bird worked very hard. It took them the rest of the morning to finish their nest. This nest is really the best, said Mrs. Bird. I want to stay here forever. Mr. Bird was very happy too. He flew to the top of his house. He sang his song again. I love our house, I love our nest. In all the world, our nest is best. He was so busy singing, he didn't even see Mr. Parker coming. Every day at 12 o'clock, Mr. Parker came to the church. The rope rang the big bell right under Mrs. Bird's nest. Mrs. Bird got out of there as fast as she could fly. When Mr. Bird came in, all he could see was a mess of hay and string and stuffing and horsehair and man hair and straws. Where was Mrs. Bird? I will look for her until I find her, said Mr. Bird. He looked high, he looked low, he looked everywhere for Mrs. Bird. He looked down into a chimney, but Mrs. Bird wasn't there.
Hey, everybody scoot up. Sorry, Trent.
He looked down into a water barrel, but Mrs. Bird wasn't there. Then he saw a big fat cat. There was a big fat smile on the big fat cat's face. There were some pretty brown feathers near the fat cat's mouth. Mr. Bird began to cry. Oh dear, he cried. This big fat cat has eaten Mrs. Bird. Mr. Bird flew off. I'll never see Mrs. Bird again, he cried. It was getting dark. It began to rain. It rained harder and harder. Mr. Bird could not see where he was going. Crash! Mr. Bird bumped into something. It was his old house, that old house that Mrs. Bird hated. I'll go inside, said Mr. Bird. I'll rest here until the rain stops. Mr. Bird went in, and there was Mrs. Bird sitting there singing, I love my house, I love my nest, in all the world this nest is best. You here, gasped Mr. Bird. I thought you hated this old nest. Mrs. Bird smiled. I used to hate it, she said, but a mother bird can change her mind, you see. There's no nest like an old nest for a brand new bird. And when the egg popped open, the new bird thought so too.
Aww.
Wait, can we see the pictures?
Okay, who's next? Miss Kenny's class.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, Obama.
President Obama.
I dare you to do it.
I'll
give you $1. No Obama.
You're about to be in my office.
Sorry. $1 is a pretty good deal. Can I do it in my Obama voice?
No.
Oh, come on, I was boring last time.
You're gonna read it in a voice? Oh, okay.
How now? Is it dead already? Or is it fear that makes him close his eyes? I'll open him. So looks at the pinned up lion over the watch that trembles under the devouring, let's say, appalled at his prey. And so he comes, rendering his limbs assured, and gentle Clifford, kill me with thine sword, and not with such a cruel, threatening thing. Sweet Clifford, hear me speak before I die. I am too mean a subject for thine wrath. Give the clap for the win.
Good job. That was good. Good job. $2, Chris. He deserves $2.
No, because then I'll have to be in your class.
He did it. I allowed him. I was in on the bed. Okay, who's next?
Miss Kenny's right there. Get out. She's gonna be disappointed in the world. You know that. You're a good reading boy.
Five Ash. Got it.
Okay, so we had to write a speech to the Sneetches, which are a fictional character by Dr. Seuss. Yeah, have y'all ever heard of the story about the Sneetches?
Tell us the story, Jacob. Tell us the story.
Okay. So the story is that there's this fictional character, and they're called the Sneetches, and they're about as tall as this, and they're really furry, and some of them have star bellies and some of them don't have star bellies. And they treat each other unfairly because of the stars. The stars are better than the non-stars. And this is like segregation with the blacks and the whites in the 60s. So we had to write a speech towards the Sneetches and teach them about like segregation and stuff. Alright. Equality. The status of being equal, especially in status, rights, and opportunities. Tell me, what have every one of these criteria? And you will be a false witness of this conspicuous prejudice of a simple star. Does not that you not be judged. If you really fulfill the royal law according to the scripture, you shall love your neighbor as you love yourself. And you are doing well. But are you? Are you really treating each other the same? I think not. Freedom. The power to act, speak, or think as one wants without hindrance or restraint. I wish to fulfill freedom back to the unstarred Sneetches. You are so appalled by the discrimination that you have become timid enough to where each of you is controlling one another. If we all work together, we can be with peace and tranquility, carefree equals. If we all work together, we all can be the best Sneetches on the beaches. If we all work together, we can pursue a normal life as the Sneetches we are.
You are snitches. You are all equal on the inside. You all have hearts, and you all are equal.
Jacob. Hey, where are you? Oh, yep. No. Okay, who's next? It's all dirty. What is that? Oh, wow. Give me that. You did that on purpose. Okay, listen closely. Here we go.
Summer. Hair gets lighter, skin gets darker, water gets warmer, sodas get colder, music gets louder, and nights get longer. Life gets better.
Good job. Okay, who's next? Hey, where are all my poetry books? I need to start passing those around so we can get some readers going. Oh, who else has to do it? You got to do it. Oh, no, I like poetry. Alright, let's have your attention. Here we go. Too loud. Here we go.
Alright, well, in this Cowboys class, we did our journal. We had to do this thing, what our definition of a family was. So here we go. Family. A group of people, related or not, seen as a whole unit, not individuals. Black or white, tall or short, family is forever. We all have families, whether it be a group of relatives or an athletic team. Sorry. We stick by each other's side no matter what. We help each other. We will be a shoulder for those who are crying. We'll be a ladder for those who want to climb. And we'll be the wings for those who want to fly. We'll be there. No one will get in our way. No one will stop us because family is forever.
Yay, good one. You'll be after three.
Alright, this is snail's pace.
Listen.
Maybe it's so that snails are slow, they trudge along and tarry. But isn't it true you slow up too if you had a house to carry?
Alright, here we go.
Let's go, Drew.
Hey, before you start, Hayden, everybody right here, y'all scoot this way. Hey, give me that. Give me that. Okay. All right. Okay, let me have your attention. Let me have your attention. Hey, hey. All right, here we go. Drew's going to read.
Runny Rabbit is not all gutty, making putty nice. His llama washed him with the clothes and hung him out to dry. Toad Turtle said, "What are you doing so high I drove the bound?" Runny Rabbit sighed and grayed, "Oh, I'm just ringing out."
Good job. Oh, wait, hold on. I let Pink trip. I told her she was next. You can just stay standing up right there. Here, Drew. Good job. All right, here we go. Listen up. Go ahead, loud and clear.
A friend is like a flower, a rose to be exact, or maybe like a branch gate that never comes on leaves. A friend is like an owl, both beautiful and wise, or perhaps a friend is like a ghost whose spirit can advise. A friend is like a heart that goes strong to tell the end. Where would we be in this world if we didn't have a friend?
Very good.
I lost one.
Did you read? Yeah, you read. All right, let me have your attention. Hey, hush.
Nothing isn't so bad, so you shouldn't be sad. You get to stop and dream and let off some steam. You get to sleep and rest from life's daily quest. And before you wake, thank goodness, Mom gets a break.
Yes. I love that one. Get X-ray. Just a minute. All right. So 7th grade, screw up.
Can I go again?
See, all I have to do is push you. It's not that bad, right? Watch the camera, girls. Okay, quiet down. Here we go. All right, go ahead, Christopher.
All right, someone told me I need to show y'all how to do this.
Watch out for this camera, dear.
Tell me I'm clever. And tell me I'm kind. And tell me I'm talented. Tell me I'm cute. Yeah, that's right. Tell me I'm sensitive, graceful, and wise. Tell me I'm perfect. I mean, tell me the truth. I mean, look at me. I mean, if any of these were right, except for, cute, talented, clever part, I mean, something's gone wrong with the world. So, yeah.
All right. Okay, listen. Get close to the mic. Get close to the mic.
Shadow, a low-riding cat with 6 stripes. He was slinking toward a sparrow when he heard the scrape of tiny feet coming from the yard next door. Left, right. Shadow's ears perked up. His tail began to swing through the river. He felt the twinge of mambo in his hips. The movement frightened the sparrow, who shot off into the tree.
Good job. Good, Darren.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Faces like yours belong in a zoo. Don't be mad, I'll be there too, but not in a cage laughing at you.
Did you get a bracelet? Did you get a bracelet?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, guys, quiet down. Guys.
Or like it's like 3 things long. Would you like to hear of the terrible night when I bravely fought the no? All right.
I love Jack. Jack, you ready? You ready to go?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Here we go.
Once there was an old woman who loved to name things. She named the old car she drove Betsy. She named the old chair she sat in Fred. She named the old bed she slept on Roxanne. And she named her old house Franklin. Every morning she would get out of Roxanne, have a cup of cocoa and Fred, lock up Franklin, and drive to the post office in Betsy. She always hoped for a letter from someone, but all she ever got was bills. The reason the old woman never got any letters was because she had outlived every single one of her friends. This worried her. She didn't like the idea of being a lonely old woman without any friends, without anyone whom she could call by name. So she began to name things, but she named only those things she knew she could never outlive. Her car, Betsy, had more get up and go than anything around. Her chair, Fred, had never sagged a day in his life. Not one creak or moan she had ever heard on her old bed, Roxanne. And her house, Franklin, had been standing straight for over 100 years, and still isn't a day past one. The old woman never worried about outliving anyone, and her days were happy. One day, when the old woman was out soaping some mud off Betsy, telling her that Franklin wouldn't want to be seen with a car that didn't keep its bumpers a little cleaner, a shy brown puppy came out to the old woman's gate. The old woman had not named the gate because 2 of its hinges had rusted off, and she could tell the gate wasn't long to her. The shy brown puppy wagged its tail. It looked a little hungry. The old woman stood beside Betsy and watched the puppy for a while. She said. Then she walked into Franklin, got a chunk of ham from her refrigerator, and came back outside. The old woman gave the ham to the hungry puppy and told it to go home. She told it that Betsy always made puppies sick, and Fred never allowed puppies to sit on them, and Roxanne The next day, the puppy was back. The old woman was sitting in Fred reading a book on everlasting flowers when she saw the puppy through her window. Go home, she called to the puppy. The puppy wagged its tail when it saw her. Go home, she called again, but the puppy just kept on wagging. The old woman noticed that it still looked a little hungry, so she went to her refrigerator. She gave the puppy a hunk of cheese and 2 biscuits. Then she told it to go home. The puppy moved away. That night, as the old woman pumped up the pillows on Roxanne, she thought about the puppy. It was a very nice puppy, she thought. It was a very pretty puppy, she thought. But it couldn't stay. If it stayed, she would have to give it a name. And it could never last as long as Franklin or Fred or Betsy or Roxanne. She might outlive it. She didn't want to risk that. She didn't want to outlive any more friends. She would just keep telling it to go home. Every day, the shy brown puppy came to the old woman's gate. Every day, she fed it and told it to go home. Always it went away, and always it came back the next day. This went on for many months. The puppy got bigger and bigger until soon it wasn't a puppy anymore. It was a dog. And it was still a dog with no name. And all this time, the old woman had gotten a new dresser that she had named Bill, a new wheelbarrow that she had named Francine, and a new concrete pig for her garden that she had named Bud. But the dog she faithfully fed at her gate every day still had no name. Since it had no name, the old woman didn't have to worry about outliving it, and she thought herself pretty clever in this. Then one day, the shy brown dog did not come to the old woman's house. She sat in Fred and watched the gate all day long. The dog never came. The old woman felt sad. The next day again, the dog did not come. The old woman drove Betsy around town looking for the dog, but she did not find it. The old woman felt even sadder. The following day, when still the dog did not come, the old woman knew she had to do something. She picked up her telephone and called the dog catcher. Have you caught any shy brown dogs? The old woman asked the dog catcher.
We caught a whole kennel full of shy brown dogs, ma'am, said the dog catcher. Was yours wearing a collar with his name on it? No, said the old woman sadly, and she hung up the telephone. The old woman sat and thought about the shy brown dog who had no collar with a name. Wherever it was, no one would know that it was supposed to come to the old woman's gate every day, that she was supposed to feed it and tell it to go home every day, that things were always supposed to be this way. The shy brown dog had no collar and no name, and no one would ever be able to know these things about it. The old woman made a decision. She locked up Franklin and drove Betsy to the dog catcher's kennel. She said to the dog catcher, "I've come to find my dog." He asked her what color it is. "Brown," she said. He asked her how old it was. "About a year old," she said. Then he asked her what his name was. The old woman thought a minute. She thought of all the old dear friends with names whom she had outlived. She saw their smiling faces and remembered their lovely names. And she thought about how lucky she had been to have known these friends. She thought about what a lucky old woman she was. "My dog's name is Lucky," she told the dog catcher. He led her to a big yard full of white dogs and black dogs and brown dogs. The old woman looked and looked and looked, and finally she saw her own shy brown dog sitting beside a gate. The dog was looking at Betsy, parked in the driveway. The old woman called out, "Here, Lucky," and at the sound of her voice, the shy brown dog came running. From that day on, Lucky lived with the old woman, and he always came when his name was called. It turned out that Betsy didn't make all dogs sick, and Fred was happy to allow a dog to sit on him. Franklin really didn't mind a little dog had. And every night, Roxanne was sure to make herself plenty wide enough for a shy, brown, lucky dog, and the old woman did.
Jack. Oh. I know. Hey, we have somebody who wants to read who hasn't read before.
Can I go to church? Can I go to church?
She's gonna go next because she hasn't gone.
Okay.
Just hand it back to me. What are you gonna read? Oh yeah, I didn't see you had that. And don't be smart. I'm gonna come over there and box your ears. So don't be smart. Okay, you'll go after Trent, okay? And then Drew, then Carter.
Ms. Hart, we do have 2 or 3 classes that are going to be joining us this block. So just to let you know, we'll be flipping back and forth with you.
Okay, just unmute your mic whenever y'all get ready, and I'll see it, and I'll know y'all are ready.
All right, sounds good.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Trent.
Okay. This poem is called A Crime Scene. It says, "There's been a murder, a woman was killed, found in the bathtub, partially filled. A pair of policemen went into the house and questioned the poor woman's spouse. He'd just come home from working all night and found her like that, a terrible sight. The younger policeman looked on with dismay. He'd never forget that terrible day. He saw the young woman from behind the door and empty milk cartons all over the floor, scattered strawberries, slices of fruit, and spoonfuls of sugar and honey to boot. Who could have done this terrible thing?" His voice had a horrified, pitiful ring. "Just look at the clues," replied Sergeant Miller. "It looks like the work of a serial killer."
Oh, good job. I love that you're using your phones. That's awesome. All right, here we go. Wait. Closer to the mic and slower and louder.
There's not a cloud today, just a sky of blue. As the sun shines bright, it feels so new. As you walk down the street, you can see smiles from all around. It looks like everyone came to town to enjoy the summer's day and let time stand still for a little while, just until.
Good job. Okay, next. Here you go. Closer, Drew.
Bacon is red, bacon is right. One sip of bacon is never enough.
That's great. Carter. But then we're gonna get with the high school in just a second. So, yes. All right, here we go. Quiet.
If roses are red and violets are blue, then by the community property, the color blue is actually violet. And what two colors make violet? Red and blue. Which means you need red to make blue. But what makes red? The past tense of read. Because the word you read more than any other word so far in this equation, blue. You read blue, creating violet. And because violets are actually blue, it proves not only did I just blow your mind, but everything you just read, past tense, actually blew your mind.
Very good. Okay, are y'all ready at the high school?
Yes, there are. Here we go. This is one of Miss Cowart's students.
Good afternoon. My name is Angie Perez. I am from Mexico. My first language is Spanish. I will share this poem, The Casa Chuchurumbe, from the book Tell Us Our Abuelita's Story. The Casa of Chuchurumbe. This is the key, large and strong, that opens the door of the Casa of Chuchurumbe. This is the door, massive and mighty, that leads to the courtyard of the Casa of Chuchurumbe. This is the courtyard with arches on both sides, where the noble knights gather in the Casa of Chuchurumbe. These are the horses, handsome and swift, who pull the carriage that wait in the courtyard of the Casa of Chuchurumbe. This is the carriage, gilded in light, surrounded by knights, that carries the queen, so we find out, living the Casa of Chuchurumbe. This is the queen, warm, witty, and kind. It closed for a visit to the countryside and looks back from a distance of the fabulous Casa of Chuchurumbe. Thank you.
Okay, Miss Martin, y'all go ahead. We've got a class coming in, so we'll go back in just a moment.
Okay, who was my next one? Go ahead.
Is that Miss? Hey, is that Miss Burn Rome?
Okay, let's just. Okay, guys, listen closely.
So this poem is called Fleeting Fame. Did you ever hear of a tiny book by the famous Otto the Flea? A fly-by-night who dared to write his autobiography.
Kevin!
Heaven such a doggy delight? Why? Because there's not a single cat inside.
Okay, y'all go ahead, high school.
Loudly. Good afternoon. My name is Abigail Gonzalez. I'm from Mexico, and my first language is Spanish. I will share the poem A Bird Came Down, written by Emily Dickinson. A bird came down the wall, he did not know I saw. He beat an angle wall in half, and ate the fellow raw. And then he drank a dew from a convenient rack, and then he hopped sideways to the wall, to let a beetle pass. He glanced with rapid eyes, that hurried all around. They looked like primate beasts I saw. He steered his velvet head, like one in danger, cautious. I offered him a crown, and he unrolled his feathers and rode him softly home. Then oars divide the ocean, to silver for a sea, or butterflies of banks of noon, leap splashless as they swim.
Okay, anyone who has not gone who would like to read? Okay, go. Okay, listen closely.
My true inner animal is
Close
a
to the
cobra.
mic. Get close to the mic. And there you
My
go.
true inner animal is obviously a cobra. The tests online are fake because they told me it was an iguana. I scoff at their false conclusions. Ha! I am a cobra because I float like a groundhog and sting like a feather. Oh wait, can I rephrase that? I meant I float like a... Wait a minute, cobras don't float, especially king cobras like me. Maybe I am not a cobra, but instead, maybe a honey badger. I can float. Okay, maybe not. Probably am. You know, I have no idea what I am. Maybe an Azathoth, the supposed creator of the universe, created by the supposed creator of H.P. Lovecraft's imagination. But why use his imagination when I can use mine? I am now officially a skid-skied Mig Forvidzon, king of the older elder ones. The end.
No.
Okay, go. Y'all can go ahead. Go ahead.
My name is Whitney Wiggins, and I'm going to read a poem by Emily Dickinson titled To My Dear Children. This book by any yet unread, I'll leave for you when I'm dead, that being gone, here you may find what was your living mother's mind. May use of what I leave in love, and God shall bless you from above.
Stop.
Okay, go ahead. Hey guys over there, y'all put that up, okay? All right, go ahead.
Today is the day, this is the one. Today is the day we'll learn and have fun.
Okay, speak clearly and loudly.
Today we will grow, today we'll be kind. Today is important, don't leave it behind. Let's give it our all. Let's never stop. We better get busy before we all pop.
Okay, Tucker.
Tucker, just take it off.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. There you go, there you go.
My name is Tucker Barnes, and I'm going to read an excerpt from Fahrenheit 4:3. They walked the rest of the way in silence, first thoughtful. His kind of clenching and uncomfortable silence in which he shot her accusing glances. When they reached her house, all its lights were blazing. What's going on? Montag had rarely seen that many houses. There were just my mother and father and uncle sitting around, talking. It's like being a pedestrian, only rare. My uncle was once arrested another time. Did I tell you? For being a pedestrian? We're most peculiar. But what do you talk about? She laughed at this. Good night. She started up her walk. Then she seemed to remember something and came back to look at him in wonder and curiosity. Are you happy?
Nice.
Have you read?
I used to think the worst thing in life was to end up all alone. It's not. The worst thing in life is to end up with people who make you feel alone.
Just tilt it. There you go.
Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Maribel Lopez. I will share the poem Elena written by Pat Moore. My Spanish isn't good enough. I remember how to smile, listening to my little ones, understanding every word they say, their jokes, their songs, their plots. Vamos a pedirle dulces a mamá. Vamos. But that was in Mexico. Now my children go to American high school. They speak English. At night they sit around the kitchen table, laugh with one another. I stand at the stove and feel dumb, alone. I bought a book to learn English. My husband frowned, drank more beer. My oldest said, Mama, he doesn't want you to be smarter than he is I'm 40. Embarrassed at my mispronouncing words, embarrassed at the laughter of my children, the groceries, the mailman. Sometimes I take my English book and lock myself in the bathroom, say the thick words softly, for if I stop trying, I will be deaf when my children need my help.
Nice.
Teachers, please release tennis players at this time. Please release the tennis players at this
Hey, high school, this is Miss Dickey and Mr. Dickey's daughter. Okay, go ahead.
We hope she's
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Always remember, you are braver than you believe, stronger than you seem, smarter than you think, and always twice as beautiful as you'd ever imagine.
Okay, anybody who has not gone, you've already gone. Okay, you'll be next. Okay. Well, all right, y'all, listen up.
This is Joy's sonnet in a random universe. Sometimes I'm happy, la 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 la, tum tum la 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 la, hey nani nani, la 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 la, o do dee o do, boo boo pee, la 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 la, wacko boo, la la la, boom boom, la 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 la, dum dee dum, la 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 la, tra la, yeah yeah yeah. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Noor Babayas. I'm from Jordan. My first language is Arabic, and I will share a poem, life lesson, written by James Aloud. There, little girl, don't cry. They have broken your doll, and I know. And your teacher rule, and your playhouse too, are things of you long ago, but childish troubles will soon pass by. There, little girl, don't cry. There, little girl, don't cry. They have broken your slate, I know, and the glad, wild ways of your schoolgirl days are things of you long ago, but life and love will soon come by. There, little girl, don't cry. There, little girl, don't cry. They have broken your heart, I know, and the rainbow gleams of your youthful dreams are things of you long ago, but have involved all of which you sigh. There, little girl, don't cry.
nice. Good job. Are you ready? Go ahead.
Good. Dalton Hart. I'm going to read Dreams by Langston Hughes.
Get up closer to the mic.
Hold fast to dreams, for if dreams die, life is broken winged bird that cannot fly. Hold fast to dreams, for when dreams go, life is a barren field frozen with snow.
Good job.
We got another one? Okay.
Tinkle, tinkle, little car, I wonder what you are. Leaking oil every day, just having it your own way. Going up hills real slow, I don't want you anymore. Tinkle, tinkle, little car, boy, what a lesson.
Go ahead.
Well, never mind.
Okay, go ahead.
There's not a cloud by blue. As the sun shines bright, it feels so new. As you walk down the street, you can see smiles from all around. Looks like everyone came to town to enjoy the summer's day and let time stand still for just a while. Just
Good job.
Go ahead. No.
My name is Ashlyn Simons, and I'm going to read a poem by Lord Byron called She Walks in Beauty. She walks in beauty like the night of cloudless climes and starry skies, and all that's best of dark and bright meet in her aspect and her eyes, thus mellowed to that tender light which heaven to gaudy day denies. One shade the more, one ray the less, had half impaired the nameless grace which waves in every raisin tress, or softly lightens o'er her face, where thoughts serenely sweet express how pure, how dear their dwelling place. And on that cheek and o'er that brow, so soft, so calm, yet eloquent, the smiles that win, the tints that glow, but tell of days and goodness spent, a mind at peace with all below, a heart whose love is innocent. Thank you.
Good job.
Okay. Did you try to get one?
I read two.
Okay, go ahead. Listen.
When I think about exercise, I'm inspired to join
Start
a
over,
gym
start
class.
over. Start over. And slow down.
When I think about exercise, I'm inspired to join a gym class. Then after taking a short rest, that feeling for me seems to pass. When looking into the mirror to exercise, I should make a start. But thinking about it at my age, it could be bad for my heart. My teenagers need to exercise, run at least a mile each day. Then at the end of 2 weeks, they'd be 14 miles away. An aerobics class may be fun, weaving to music, properly trained, but I heard reports of those classes, how often an ankle is sprained. Having seen others at the gym, how they puff, grunt, and perspire, agony written all over their faces, leaves me free from any desire. I'm happy for others to exercise, so as long as it doesn't include me. I'd rather relax with my feet up while watching sports on TV.
Real loud.
Good afternoon, my name is Abu, and I'm from Vietnam. My first language is Vietnamese. Today I will share a poem like this, written by Mother Teresa. Life is an opportunity waiting for me. Life is beauty, admire. Life is a dream, realize it. Life is a challenge, meet it. Life is a duty, complete it. Life is a game, play it. Life is a promise, fulfill it. Life is sorrow, overcome it. Life is a song, sing it. Life is a struggle, accept it. Life is a tragedy, confront it. Life is an adventure, dare it. Life is love, make it. Life is too precious, do not destroy it. Life is life, fight for it.
Nice job.
Okay, come on. You'll be next. You'll be next. Okay, thank you. I have one more and then you. Okay, go ahead. Hey, look, take. There you go. Lean it down.
Me and you as friends, you smile, I smile. You hurt, I hurt. You cry, I cry. You jump off a bridge, I'm gonna miss you.
Okay, my name's Lauren Connor, and I'm going to read a poem, Spiral by Jack Diamond. A lifetime or a galaxy, there is no return. The light shifts and moves on. Each moment precious. Lived once, loved once, left once. Now, always.
A miracle called friendship dwells within the heart. You don't know how it happens or when it gets its start. But the happiness it brings you always gives a special lift. Then you realize that friendship is one of God's most precious gifts.
Oh, good one.
Okay, Ethan.
My name is Ethan Weatherington, and today I'm reading an excerpt from Patton Oswalt's book, Silver Screen Theme. It's called The Bicycle Thief at the New Beverly. The first and only time I've seen this. I probably need to see it again now that I'm a dad. At the time, in my 20s and thinking I'd never get married and burden myself with kids, I needed all the sleep I could get if I was going to make all of the before dawn call times a director has to deal with. I love this film academically. Recovering a stolen bicycle becomes as edge of your seat important as, say, blowing up a Death Star or defeating a 25-foot killer shark. A quick meal of fried bread is the equivalent to the father and son bonding over the table of a Warriors victory banquet. You're rooting for two people you probably see a dozen times a day, in a 7-Eleven, in a line at the DMV. It's the kind of movie that makes you realize that each person you glance at, interact with, or ignore is an epic film or thrilling novel you'll never get to experience. Makes you blessed with grandeur of life and curses at the same time for being so painfully narrow and brief.
Nice and loud. Grab it and pull it in. That's fine.
It was only a sunny smile, and little it cost in the giving, but like morning light is scattered the night and made the day worth living.
Hey, he needs to start over. Your microphone was muted.
So sorry. Here we go.
And
Take
talk louder.
Take
Okay,
two.
talk louder? All right, so I gotta restart all the way over?
All the way up.
Oh, man. All right, I got this. All right. The Tiger by William Blake. Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forest of the night. What immortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry? And what distant deeps or skies burnt the fire of thine eyes? On what wings dare he aspire? What the hand there sees the fire? And what shoulder and what art could twist the sinews of thy heart? And when the heart began to beat, what dread hand and what dread feet? What the hammer, what the chain, and what furnace was thy brain? What the anvil, what dead grass, their deadly cherished class? When the stars threw down their spears and watered heaven with their tears, did he smile his work to see? Did he who made the lamb make thee? Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forest of the night. What immortal hand or eye there framed that fearful symmetry?
Very good.
A smile is a cheer from you to me. The cost is nothing, it's given for free. They console the weary and gladden the sad, and can make someone happy when they are mad. Unlike blessings in which we pray, it's the only thing you keep when you give it away.
Hey, I'm Autumn, and I have a Bible verse from Isaiah. Okay. Isaiah 40:28-36. Do you not know, have you not heard? The Lord is the everlasting God, the creator of the ends of the earth. He will not grow tired or weary, and his understanding no one can fathom. He gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak. Even youth grows tired and weary, and young men stumble and fall. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will not run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Lighting a fire, those first flames catch.
Okay, hold on. Louder, and take that microphone and turn it up. There you go. You don't have to pull it off. Just.
lighting the fire, those first flames, catching last year's news.
Go ahead.
My name is Elisa, and I'm going to be reading an excerpt from Dover Beach by Matthew Arnold. The sea of faith was once too at the full and brown earth's shore, lay like the folds of a bright girdle furrow. But now I only hear its melancholy long withdrawing roar, retreating to the break of the night wind, down the vast edges drear and naked shingles of the world.
Good job.
I made myself a snowball as perfect as it could be. I thought I'd keep it as a pet and let it sleep with me. I made it some pajamas and a pillow for its head, but last night it ran away, but first it wet the bed.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, my name is Rene Barrientos and I am from El Salvador. I have been learning English for 1 year and a half, and I will share the poem at Time to Talk, but written by Robert Frost. When a friend called me from the road and slowed his horse to a meaning word, I don't stand still and look around. Want all the hills I haven't told and showed from where I am. What is it now? Now as there is time to go. I cruise my hoe and the mill ground, blade and up, and 5 feet tall and float. I go up to the strong wall for a round kiss.
Good job. Good job. Who has red and didn't get a bracelet? I know you did. Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Dalton. I'm reading Invictus by William Ernest Henley. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I've not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeoned gonings of chance, my head is bloody but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how strait the gate, how charged with punishments the skull. I am the master of my fate, I am the master of my soul.
Nice job. Nice job. Whoop whoop, Dalton Stevens, HMS alum. Okay, we have one.
I looked up a sports quote and it was, quit making excuses, putting it off, complaining about it, dreaming about it, wanting about it, crying about it, believing you can, worrying if you can, waiting until you're older, skinnier, richer, braver, or all around better. Suck it up, hold on tight, say a prayer, make a plan, and just do it.
My name is Hannah Schultz, and I will be reading Introduction to Poetry by Billy Collins. I ask them to take a poem and hold it up to the light like a color slide, or press an ear against a tide. I say drop a mouse into a poem and watch him probe his way out, or walk inside the poem's room and feel the walls for a light switch. I want them to water ski across the surface of a poem, waving at the author's name on the shore. But all they want to do is tie the poem to a chair with rope and torture a confession out of it. They begin beating it with a hose to find out what it really means.
My name is Fernando Mendez, and I will be reading Risk by Anais Nin. And then the day came when the wrist to remain tight in a bud was more painful than the wrist it took to blossom.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Bertali Chula Perez. I am from Guatemala. My first language is Spanish. I have 2 years of English. I will share the poem The Route Not Taken, written by Robert Frost. Sorrow departed in a yellow bull, and sorrow could not travel both. And we one traveled long and still, and looked down one as far as I could. The worst bent in the underground. Then took the other as just as fair, and having perhaps the better because it was grassy and went away. True as for that the passenger and wore them really about the same. And both that morning at early day in leave no step had trodden back. Oh, I keep the first for another day, yet knowing how was lay and to wait. I doubt if shall ever come back. I shall be telling this with a sign somewhere age hence. Suru divided in a yellow blue, and I thought the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference.
Good job. Okay, Miss Martin, we've got one class who's leaving, and then we have Mr. Patterson here with some of his students, and they were going to be doing some sign language. There, they buy Mr.
We're changing classes as well, so we have a group that just left, and we'll have another group in just a few minutes. If they want to wait, then they can wait. If y'all want to go ahead, you can go ahead. Either way.
How long do you think the wait's going to be?
8 to 10 minutes. But if y'all want to go ahead, you can. It's no big deal.
What do you want to do?
We can go back and go back.
Well, hold on.
Or do you want us to wait?
Have we got all of our students, Ms. Callis? All of y'all are done? We want to watch y'all. Yeah. Let's go ahead, even if we don't do the whole thing right now, and then maybe. Let's see. Oh. Okay, here is Mr. Patterson, and he will give you an introduction.
Hi everyone, how are you guys today? My name is Mr. Patterson. I'm the deaf and hard of hearing teacher here at Lowndes High School. My 10th grade class here is in literature, so we're going to read and sign a very short story for you today. Okay, hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, y'all have to come over here so you're. Okay, Mr.
Hey, my name is Jane.
This way. Have her to come out to the side. There you go, so we can see the whole body. Yeah.
Okay. My name is Jade, and this is the book called Cake Girl. The witch was alone on her birthday again. So she baked a cake girl.
Go ahead.
And told the cake girl to sing her happy birthday. And dance.
And smile and make her laugh and do all the housework, and then said the witch, "I'll eat you." What shall I do?
Miss Jane.
Wonder Red Cake Girl. She looked up. I expect you're having a big birthday party, she said. Pretty, pretty, said the witch. I'm not having a party here. Hat spun around and she turned away. No one likes me, she said. But why don't you use magic to make people like you? Said Cake Girl. I made you, said the witch. And you don't like me, but you're not nice to me, said Cake Girl. The witch was thinking. Her hat spun around a great sped. Do you mean that if I was nice to you, then you'd like me? Yes, said Cake Girl. Promise, said the witch. Yes, said Cake Girl.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Mark. But I don't know how to be nice. The princess is here. I feel like you can't say to oh yes, that's my favorite. It's not my favorite. The house was named in Spanish. And the first said, okay girl, a little nervously, said, don't I have to do? Said the wait, difficult. I do this with just one of the team, and they are the such a cool, a bit of way and understand. And princess said, okay, that means that now you could sing the song, sing any song, or say for which we sing to be the best, and dance, sing, take her, happy, and smile, and make me happy.
You can finish this up real fast. And do magic tricks, said the Cake Girl, clapping her hands softly, marzipan hands. Oh, I love doing magic tricks, said the witch. And she turned herself into a big, great, fancy cake and laughed until she nearly crumbled to bits. I can turn myself into anything, she said. And you too, if you like, said the witch. I can turn you into anything, anything at all. A princess, said the Cake Girl, and suddenly she was a princess, and the witch was splendidly wicked-looking queen. Or fireworks, said the Cake Girl, and they shot into the sky with a bang. They fluttered back down as a bird. And then the witch showed Cake Girl, who wasn't made of cake anymore, how to work magic and turn herself into whatever she liked. And then they were tired, and the witch turned into a big, comfortable armchair, and the Cake Girl turned into a cat. They couldn't have wished for a more magical birthday.
Thank you, thank you. What a treat.
What's your name, real quick?
Okay, Miss Martin, that's it for us today. We have certainly enjoyed hanging out with y'all.
I'm so glad we loved it. Thank y'all for joining us. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, bye-bye.
You can talk at the high school. You can talk on it?
Right over there.
What are you gonna do?
Is he phone? Wait,
No.
I didn't know you could tuck on a laptop. I mean, it's like an iPad.
Yeah, well, yes,
No, you done it. No, you. Get it. Hi.
What to drink then?
You supposed to be looking at them.
Y'all come on in and have a seat. Go all the way to the front. Go all the way to the front. All the way to the front.
Rider, play, and then
Y'all have some stuff to read? There's some books around if you want to read.
Rider, play, doctor, I, play, work, no, but it must be better than work.
Good job. Okay, 6th grade, what y'all got?
Let's see if there's anybody has a friend. Then you guys can.
Me?
You went earlier. They may not have had a chance to go yet. That's 7th grade.
You can get one of the poetry books on the cart right here.
You pass out bracelets.
Okay, y'all scoot close up to the front, everybody.
Jeremy, Jonathan.
Hey guys, listen to me. Scoot close up to the front. Move this way. Move this way. Move this way.
Here. Why don't you guys scoot up over there? That way when we leave, we can just go out that way.
Up front, up front, up front. All right, which one of my 7th grade have something to read? What you got? Have a seat. Have a seat. Have a seat. Y'all scoot up. Scoot up. Scoot up. Y'all come right this way. You gotta scoot close. All right, who's gonna read? Start us off. I know, I turned it off. There was some floating around. All right, here we go. Listen up.
Granny, break breakfast.
Okay, louder and closer to the mic.
Granny, why do you eat so many grand cakes off the piddle? You've gotten heavy in the hail and make around the fiddle. Your chase is flabby and you're tubby in the front and back. Ronnie said, I can't talk now. I've got to go snack cake.
Good job. Okay, snap, snap, snap. Okay, who's next? Here you go.
Elephant games. Some elephants live inside my ear, and they make it very hard to hear. In the morning, they stomp their elephant feet till I give them some sleep. When things at school get a little boring, they fill my nose with elephant snoring. Then late at night when I lie in bed, I hear elephant games inside my head. It's really true, it's not an invention. That's why it's so hard to get my attention. So when Mom talks, I don't hear it. I don't hear it. It's because of those elephants in my ear.
Who's next? Next. Here you go. There's some of the books floating around.
It's too hot. It's too hot. I can't get cool. I've drunk a quarter of lemonade. I think I'll take my shoes off and sit around in the shade. It's hot. My back is sticky. The sweat rolls on my chin. I think I'll take my clothes off and sit around in my skin. It's hot. I've tried with electric fans and pools of ice cream cones. I think I'll take my skin off and sit around in my bones. It's still hot.
Okay, who's next? Go ahead. Who's next? Come on. You read? Find him, honey. What you want me to do? Oh, hold on before you start. If you have your phone and you're not following Hey Higher Middle on Instagram, you can follow us. I put a bunch of pictures up from today. And if you take pictures of someone reading, you can tag us in the pictures, okay?
If you're in my class, I'm right now.
This is a digital friendly area.
Yeah.
Are they on punishment? Oh, y'all are on punishment. Okay. Okay. Shh, don't say that about it wrong. It's not nice. Shh. Go ahead.
Aliens to me looks like a green, slimy, and unknown creature that has advanced weaponry. Also, aliens are creatures that have a different body structure as the humans. Plus, the blood of alien has a different texture, feel like it is in a glove. Finally, aliens to me is a weird creature that can easily kill you with some kind of technique you can do.
Who's next? Caveman? You gonna read? You brought your stuff? I want to hear it. Come on. Matt.
Hey, Shallow wants to read.
You can go next. All right, listen up.
I know a lot about Greek mythology. I know how it all came to be. Once Kronos ruled the world. He had 8 children. Out of those 8 were the 3 brothers Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus. Kronos ate Poseidon and Hades, but Zeus managed to escape. He then was raised an army of heroes and the 100-handed giants. He fought Kronos, freed Hades, and Poseidon. When they then defeated their father and started to rule. Poseidon got rule of the sea and all its inhabitants. Hades got rule of the underworld and the dead. Zeus was given the power to rule the sky and land. His weapon is a lightning bolt, which creates thunder.
Good job. Charlotte's next.
You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may tread me in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I'll rise. Does my sadness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? 'Cause I walk like I've got oil wells pumping in my living room. Just like moons and like suns, with the certainty of tides, just like hopes springing high. Still, I rise. Did you want to see me broken, bowed head and lowered eyes, shoulders falling down like teardrops, weekended by my soulful cries? Does my hot, no, this offend you? I don't know what that word is, okay. Don't you take it awful hard, 'cause I laugh like I've got gold mines digging in my own backyard. You may shoot me with your words. You may cut me with your eyes. You may kill me with your hatefulness, but still, like air, I'll rise. Does my sick, I'm going to skip that word, upset you? Does it come as a surprise that I dance like I've got diamonds at the meeting of my eyes?
No, we got it.
Okay. Out of the huts of history's shame, I rise. Up from a past that's rooted in pain, I rise. I'm a black ocean, leaping and wide, welling in smoke, I bear in the tide. All right.
Good job.
There's a little bit more. Yeah. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into a daybreak that's wondrously clear, I rise. Bring the gifts that my ancestors gave. I am the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise, I rise.
All right, Freeman. Josh. Go ahead. Here, Shallow. Whoa, whoa, watch my camera. Go up, go up.
Oh, no. Oh, shit. Old John said that ancient has 12 pounds with green alpha. The neighbor had not told green. So she cleaned up with a modern bamboo hooks. That temple I got back then is during the flowers in our temporary center. The captain is zero. During the summer though, during paper on my fingertips with the roughness of this proceed to hold made it paper in that lightweight. Then you who they that showed so much more die.
Who's next?
They have to find out if anybody You are not your age, nor the size clothes you wear. You are not your height, or the color of your hair. You are not your name or the dimples in your cheeks. You are all the books you read and all the words you speak. You are your croaky morning voice and the smiles you try to hide. You are the sweetness in your laughter and every tear you have cried. You're the songs you sing so loudly when you know you're all alone. You're the places you've been to and the one that you call home. You're all the things you believe in and the people that you love. You're the photos in your bedroom and the future you dreamed of. You're made of so much beauty, but it seems that you forgot when you decided that you were deafened by all the things you're not.
Who else? Anybody else? Okay, I'll have to start over in just a second. Hold on just a second. Anybody who has not gone? He's red. Who else? Perfect. Gotta give everybody at least one chance and then we'll go back around, okay? All right, listen closely.
The best team ever is the Oregon Ducks. In 1972, the Oregon Ducks track coach, Bill Bowerman, accepted world record 3-miler Steve Prefontaine into the team. With Steve Prefontaine, they made it to the 1974 Munich Olympics. Steve Prefontaine came in 4th place for Oregon. Oregon has coached some of the best runners in the world. One day, I hope to be on Oregon University's track team.
Who else wants to go?
Go.
Miss Kenny's kids?
Be up there.
Anybody? Come on, you got your stuff ready.
I don't understand the whole Little Einstein song because I don't see why everyone goes so crazy over a remixed children's song in the first place. Sure, the Little Einstein show was a part of pretty much everyone's childhood, but there's no reason to get that excited over it. Secondly, I don't think the remix is that great anyways. Just a beat added to the background music and some edited vocals. I'm not trying to be a huge hater or anything, I just think people should calm down about it.
Good job. Here you go. Okay, hold on. Hey, anybody? Come on, Marlo. Marlo, you gonna read? Come on, Marlo, please. Marlo, read for us. Come on, Marlo. You want me to stand with you? Okay, last call. Unless you change your mind. Okay, Jeremy, you can go ahead now. And you can go next. What are you going to read? You have something to read?
In the 5 Olympics, 4 miles, 5, we will take
Will turn red as a rose.
will turn
red
as a
rose.
rose.
I'll forget
just how to speak English. Stuff my nose.
That might be embarrassing, huh?
My
Index
index
cards
will be
upside
down. My mind will go totally no. My knees will
not
together.
The
whole
class will
know
know
that
that
I don't.
My
Oral
report
is finished.
Looks like I actually
Survived.
survived.
I
I
might
might
even
get
up
and
do
do
it
it
again
again
in
in
the
the
year
year
3005. Mitchell's class? Mitchell's class? Miss Mitchell's, hold on, Peyton. Miss Mitchell.
Guys, go that way.
Miss Mitchell's class, y'all. And then everybody up, scoot up.
Face.
Face.
Front of coach.
Okay, everybody listen closely. I need everybody to look up here at me. Okay, so our read aloud is going to be featured on the Channel 6 News tonight. Okay, so it's going to be very important that you guys are turned and attentively listening to Peyton. Who's going to be my next reader? Okay, right there in the front, you stand up. And then, so you kind of be right on that side, so they're just going to get some footage. If you do anything silly, you're going to be in big trouble. So y'all sit down, just like you were before, okay? And just face forward like you were before. And if you get a shot from the other way, you're welcome to do that. All right, go ahead, just like normal.
He's twistable, turnable, squeezable, pullable, stretchable, foldable man. He can crawl in your pocket or fit in your locket, or screw him into a 20-volt socket, or stretch him up to the steeple or taller, or squeeze him into a thimble or smaller. Yes, he can. Of course he can. He's the twistable, turnable, squeezable, pullable, stretchable, shrinkable man. He lives a passable life with a squeezable, lovable, kissable, huggable, pullable, tuggable wife. And they have 2 twistable kids who bend up the way that they did, and they turn and stretch just as much as they can. For this bendable, foldable, do what you're toteable, easily moldable, buy what you're soldable, washable, mendable, highly dependable, viable, sellable, always available, bounceable, shakeable, almost unbreakable, twistable, turnable man.
Where nights lived, wormholes in the timbers, shedding no more dust. Dusk fades to peach, wasp tenderly brushing against splintered barn wood. Sculptor's studio, from the drying wood, a tiny spider.
Who's next? Austin. Yes. Jeremy?
The night I caught the burglar.
Last night I heard a funny noise while I was in my bed and wondered, should I take a peek or go back to sleep instead? I got out of bed, put my feet on the floor as quiet as a mouse, and made my way from room to room in a dark and scary house. Then I saw a burglar all dressed in black and taking all my toys and stuffed them in a sack. I jumped right out and shouted, "Stop!" I pushed him to the floor. I held him till the policeman came and led him out the door. It felt so nice to be so brave, and my mom and dad were beaming. But then the clock began to ring. Oh shucks, I was just dreaming.
Good job. All right, who's next? Go ahead. You don't want to go?
Caleb offered he needs a book.
Yeah, I got it. Hey, go ahead.
Early bird. So if you're a bird, be an early bird and catch the worm for your breakfast plate. If you're a bird, be an early bird. But if you're a worm, sleep late.
All right, who wants to go next? Hal, go ahead. You know, I've taught a lot of you in here. I'm going to hand you a book and make you get up and read in a minute. Y'all should not be, you're not shy. All right, pal, let's go.
I'll tell you a poem of a silly young king who played with the world at the end of a string. But he only loved one single thing, and that was just a peanut butter sandwich. His scepter and his royal gowns, his regal throne and golden crowns, were brown and sticky from the mounds and drippings from each peanut butter sandwich. His subjects were all silly fools, for he had passed a royal rule that all they could learn in school was how to make a peanut butter sandwich. He would not eat his sovereign steak, he scorned his soup and kingly cake, and told his courtly cook to bake an extra sticky peanut butter sandwich. Then one day he took a bite and started chewing with delight, but found his mouth was stuck quite tight from the last bite of peanut butter sandwich. His brother pulled, his sister cried, the wizard pushed, his mother cried, "My boy's committed suicide from eating his last peanut butter sandwich." The dentist came and the royal doc. The royal plumber banged and knocked, but still those jaws stayed tightly locked on, oh darn that sticky peanut butter sandwich. The carpenter, he tried with pliers. The telephone man tried with wires. The firemen, they tried with fire, but couldn't melt that peanut butter sandwich. With ropes and pulleys, drills and coil, with steam and lubricating oil, for 20 years of tears and toil, they fought that awful peanut butter sandwich. Then all his royal subjects came, they hooked his jaws with grappling chains, and pulled both ways with might and main against that stubborn peanut butter sandwich. Each man and woman, girl and boy, put down their plows and pots and toys, and pulled until, crack, oh joy, they broke right through that peanut butter sandwich. A puff of dust, a screech, a squeak, the king's jaw opened with a creak. Then in voice so faint and weak, the first words they heard him speak were, "How about a peanut butter sandwich?"
Very good. Who's going next? I need another reader.
Yes, let me see.
Nope. You already read? Okay, go.
Right.
Santa and the reindeer. This is the hour, said Santa Claus. The bells ring merrily. Then on his back he slung his pack, and into the sleigh he climbed. On Dancer, on Donner and Blitzen, on Comet and Cupid, he cried he. And all the reindeers leaped but one, and that one stood silently. He had pulled the sleigh for 1,000 years, and never a word spoke he. Now he stood in the snow, and he whispered low, "Oh, what do you have for me?" "I have games and toys for girls and boys," said Santa cheerily. The reindeer stood as if made of wood. "What do you have for me?" "The socks are hung, the bells are rung," cried Santa desperately. The reindeer wrinkled at a falling star. "But what do you have for me?" Then Santa reached into his beard, and he found a tiny flea. He put it into the reindeer's ear, and the reindeer said, "For me? Oh gee!" And into the blue away they flew with the flea. And the moral of this Yuletide tale, you know as well as me.
Good job.
Lori Beth went earlier. I think Cameron volunteered. Nobody? What about my sixth graders? Anyone want to get up and read? I think Cameron should read too.
Nikai was going to read.
Nakai is a very good reader.
Do something to read.
We don't have anybody that wants to read. All right, Mara, come on, baby. Let's go. Good job.
Channel 1 is no fun. Channel 2 is just news. Channel 3 is hard to see. Channel 4 is just a bore. Channel 5 is all jive. Channel 6 needs to be fixed. Channel 7 and Channel 8, just old movies, not so great. Channel 9 is a waste of time. Channel 10 is off. My child. Wouldn't you like to talk a while?
Good job.
This is my most talkative class, and I don't want to read. Go on up, Cameron.
Come on.
Yeah.
True love, flies and worms, snails and frogs, rats and germs, snakes and hogs, spiders crawling up your spine, won't you be my Valentine?
Oh. Look at that, how good of a reader.
That was very good.
Okay. Come on, guys. Hey, go up there and read. I'm just going to call on you for not a volunteer. Y'all are such good readers. Especially for
Gotta go. Really, really gotta go. Should have gone long ago. Yes, I know. But now I really, really gotta go. But my teacher was Dean, and she's strict and kind of mean, and I hate to raise my hand because she really doesn't understand that I really, really gotta go. So I'm sitting here wiggling, my legs are jumping, jiggling. I'm praying for that bell to ring because when I run, because I will run like anything, because I really, really gotta go.
Good job. Thank you for reading. Come on.
Well done. Yeah.
Good. All right, let's go.
The man in the iron pail mask. He's the man in the iron pail mask. He can do the most difficult tasks. He can duel, he can joust, he can charge, he can chase, he can climb, he can rhyme, he can wrestle and race. He'll show you his courage, but never his face. No matter how often you ask, he's the brave and the fearless, the usually fearless man in the iron pail mask.
Good job. Grace Ann, Emma Grace, don't you want to read? Dowry, come on. What
Dancing pants. And now for the dancing pants doing their fabulous dance. From the seat to the fleet they will bounce to the beat, with no legs inside them and no feet beneath. They'll whirl and twirl and jiggle and prance. So just start the music and give them a chance. Let's have a big hand for the wonderful, marvelous, super sensational, utterly fabulous, talented dancing pants.
Hey, good job. Yeah, okay. Go ahead and stand up.
Sitting in detention. I'm sitting in detention and I feel like I'm defined. Sitting in detention, I'm the one who got the blame. Sitting in the classroom, I was doing nothing wrong. The girl was on my right asked me to pass another line. I was doing her a favor.
Slow down.
Doing her a favor, being helpful as I could be. I was passing it along when the teacher looked at me. She made me stand and open it and read it then and there. Then let it saying something not so nice about the teacher's hair. So I'm sitting in detention, just waiting at the time. Sitting in detention for a claim that wasn't mine.
Go ahead. You can be second. You already have one?
Oh, do you already have one? Pass back. Sorry.
That's all right.
Math tables.
My strength did not come from lifting weights. My strength came from lifting myself up when I was knocked down.
Good job.
Did you say you want to go?
Go ahead.
She wouldn't believe this pencil had have a magical eraser. She said I was a silly move. She said I was a liar too. She dared me to prove that it was true, and so what I could do, I erased her.
Clutching his broken glasses to his face, Harry stood around. He had emerged into a creepy alleyway that seemed to be made up entirely out of shops devoted to the dark arts. The one he had just left, Morgan and Burke's, looked like the largest, but opposite was a nasty window display of shrunken heads, and 2 doors down a large cage was alive with gigantic black spiders. 2 shabby-looking wizards were watching him from the shadow of a doorway, muttering to each other. Feeling jumpy, Harry set off, trying to hold his glasses straight and hoping against hope he would be able to find a way out of here. An old wooden street sign hanging over the shop selling poisonous candles told him that he was in Nocturne Alley. This didn't help. As Harry had never heard of such a place, he supposed he hadn't spoken clearly enough and through the mouthful of ashes. Back in the Weasley's fire, trying to stay calm, he wondered what to do. Not lost, are you, my dear? Said a voice in his ear, making him jump. An aged witch stood in front of him, holding a tray what looked horribly like human fingernails. She sneered at him. Showing mossy teeth, Harry jumped back. I'm fine, thanks, he said. I'm just... Harry, what do you think you're doing down here? Harry's heart leaped. So did the witch. A load of fingernails cascaded down over her feet. She cursed the massive form of Hagrid, the Hogwarts gamekeeper, came striding down toward them, beetle black eyes flashing over his great bristling beard. Hagrid, Harry croaked suddenly. I was lost. Blue powder.
Very good. Good job. Okay, so we are 1 minute away from our 8 consecutive hours, which is amazing. So I'm going to end the day the way I started the day, because you guys weren't in here, and then we're going to take a picture of how excited we are. Okay? Please bury me in the library, in the clean, well-lighted stacks of novels, history, poetry, right next to the paperbacks, where the kids' books dance with true romance, and the dictionary dozes. Please bury me in the library with a dozen long-stem prose. Way back by a rack of magazines, I won't be sad too often if they bury me in the library with bookworms in my coffin. Okay, so you guys are amazing, and be sure that you watch the Channel 6 News tonight because you're going to be on it, and in the newspaper tomorrow, and in the Hay Howard Gold Leaf next Thursday. So this has been such an exciting event. Yes, sir.
Which one is it?
Channel 6.
Probably going to be on at 6.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Channel 6 at 6. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're going to kind of pose for this picture. All right? What I want you to do is just like be as excited as you can possibly be. Like we just accomplished something that is, it was difficult. Okay, so you're going to be like, okay, everybody do it? And you can cheer at the same time. Ready? Hold on. Okay. 1, 2, 3, cheer. That doesn't look
Okay, I just.
You either need to be like, yay, okay? Ready? If you have a book in your hand, hold it where I can see it. Okay, ready? All right, we're going to do the exciting pose again. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Woo! Okay, one more time. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. You guys were awesome.
There's a camera here. I got one and then I did the other.
Oh my God.
You don't get two for yourself. Hey, do this. They're filming you. Get back. Jordy and they're filming y'all.
They're broadcasting it.
Judy, we made it.
What is it? #KHarmiddle?
Yes. Dear Lord, baby Jesus in heaven,